Trouble checking in? Or you might need directions to the amenities? If you're locked out of your cabin, a replacement key costs 50 bits. No reservation? No problem. Day trippers are always welcome in our saloon. Straight back and to the right. If you hit the falls, you've gone too far. Check in with Ms. Malin. She'll set you straight. I am here to anticipate and facilitate your needs, patron. Guess it's true. Fallbrook really is the best-kept secret in all of Monarch, excepting the Borst Factory's secret ingredient. We're a leisurely stopover for the more adventurous spacefaring traveler. Understand? Swell. We like quick-on-the-draw types like you. Saloon is straight back and to the right. Once you're feeling sated, you're welcome to a private cabin. Only $250 a night. Ms. Malin can let you one if you're interested. She's the one who runs this racket.
Keep your wits about you. This is sublight territory.
Drinking, gambling, and organized crime. Everything you need to keep civilization running.
Take a gander at that mug. I ain't ever seen someone so adept-looking my whole life.
He means gullible, Captain.
Oh, now, come on. All I mean is, well, rather that, you don't seem like the usual pigeons we pluck. No offense, of course, if you are a Byzantium goldblood. Say, I'd like to do you a favor. Might I interest you in a surefire scheme? Wink, wink. Don't believe I did. No? Wink. Pure and simple, it's like this. I run our drug delivery service. Recently, I had the genius idea to cut costs in half by swapping our autoloaders with faster, cheaper sprats. Too right you are. Only problem is my sprat carriers ain't arrived from their latest run. As I was saying, you look more capable than most of the hoople heads around these parts. What say you locate him and retrieve the goods for me? In return, I'll cut you 5% of the profit. I run my sprat carriers back and forth through the shipping tunnels near the waterfall. Ought to check there first. Good luck. And don't get any ideas about pilfering the drugs for yourself. Was that sarcasm? I'm going to assume it was not. If it's sarcasm, you've got to show it somehow, like with a wink. My sprat carriers scurry back and forth through the shipping tunnels. Any trail ought to start there. When you've got the goods, I'll be here.
Oh, I beg your pardon. Can you not see I'm walking here? Physically, you mean? In my mind, I have traveled galaxies. Well, it is of no consequence, I assure you. I shall embark shortly with my legs. I'm not entirely decided. If I'm being honest, I think I'd fancy a visit to Tartarus, so long as it's under the shield of my fantastical imagination.
Want to make a run with me to Stella Bay? Boss lady told me to take the night off.
This is Reginald's stuff, all right, but it looks like he's not home. Let's search the room. Try to figure out where he's gone. Sounds like Cheney's gone gold panning down on the river. I guess even scholars need to find ways to make ends meet in exile.
Ingredient is.
I offer high quality and low prices. Pick one for your purchase. If you bloody it, you buy it. Store policy.
I test every product myself to assure maximum customer satisfaction. No rubbernecking.
You don't look like a smuggler nor a dandy. Catherine send you back here? On second thought, it's best if I don't know. What's your order? No, I don't have any... Ugh. If it's only a drink you're after, the full bar's upstairs. This here's the ante up, where you place... If you ain't here to bet, I'll... Toss... Will... Now's not a good time.
Always imagined Fallbrook would be
Cleaner, fancier, stocked with better booze.
I had a patient who went swimming at a place like this. Got eaten from the inside out by parasitic amoebas. Nice and easy.
What do you want?
Oh, hey, Vicar Max. What are you doing on Monarch? I thought scienticians ain't welcome here.
Haven't you heard? Everyone's welcome here. It's a fucking worker's paradise. But you wouldn't know anything about that, would you? Never worked a day in your miserable life. You're just a parasite, living off my goodwill. Well, guess what? My goodwill's exhausted, along with my temper. This is the guy who told me about the book while we were in prison. I lied about finding a scholar. But I don't care about any of that anymore. I just want to inflict massive amounts of pain on this guy. I couldn't risk you not bringing me here.
It sounds like you have things to work out between you. I'll just be on my way.
Now, where were we? Oh, that's right. I was about to beat you. Severely.
Wait! I know who can translate the book for you.
It's too late for that. I threw away my life chasing fairy tales. Will punishing you fix any of that? Of course not. But by law, it will make me feel a whole lot better. Okay. Talk, Reggie.
It was stolen from some sort of expert on philosophism. Weird hermit lady on Scylla. My father used to deliver supplies to the mining outpost there. It's true. My father collected some extra bits on the side by diverting some of the supplies to the gal. The way he told it, he thought the book looked valuable, so he took it. Couldn't find any buyers when it turned out to not only be French, but banned as well.
Fine. We've got more important things to do anyway. Can we talk? I want to thank you for talking some sense into me back there with Cheney. It has been a long time since I gave in to my violent enthusiasm. You're right. I owe you an apology. I've been so obsessed for so long, I couldn't see anything else. You offered me a place on your crew, friendship, and I used you to get to Cheney. And even then, you saved me from myself. I don't know if I could live with myself had I gone through with it. You owe me nothing, I know, but I'm begging your forgiveness. Thank you. I promise I'll be nothing but truthful from this point forward. Oh, exactly as you'd imagine. Can't say I enjoyed the stint. It did provide me with plenty of time to think. The way I see it, the universe was snapping me back to where I needed to be. You stray too far from the course of your destiny, the world will try to correct for it.
You seen Arthur today?
Nah, last time
Did you find them? Tell me you found my my sprat carriers. Would hate should anything... Just tell me straight and don't hold back. I can handle it. Sprats can always be replaced. Excellent. Oh, this is Search Fallbrook. Either half the Sprats got loose on their own, or there'll be some evidence pointing to the soon-to-be-dead Snake. You want your cut? You get me the rest of my drugs.
Hey, Cass. Knock, knock.
Miss Minnie Malin, get your twitchy whiskers back here! Don't you run out that door! It's a cruel world outside!
You'd think folks were pissing in the alleyways as bad as it stinks.
Oh, they are.
So that puddle I stepped in? That wasn't beer.
Close the damn door. You'll let my sprats out. Damn it all. Now look what you've done. It'll take me ages to round him up again. State your purpose, or get out of my face, domicile intruder. Missing? Nope. Nope. Mine are all found and accounted for, thank you kindly. Now if that'll be all, I've got an animal rescue service to oversee, and it ain't easy. Lots to do. Got a multitude of sprats to spay and feed. Look, I don't care if Nelson sent you or not. You won't be hurting a hair on any of these sprats' heads. I've killed vicious beasts for them. I ain't afraid to take on a human. Back out of this domicile, hands up, or become sprat food, intruder. You want to dig through sprat droppings? Be my guest. Get your drugs, then get lost.
Got the goods? Because I know you wouldn't be wasting my time otherwise. Wink. You do? I mean, you do! Of course you do! What did I tell you? Sure-fire delivery system. Works almost every time. Right. In my excitement, I very nearly forgot. Haha. As promised, your cut, plus a little extra to show my gratitude. Now, if there's nothing else you need from me, I must go inventory my goods. Hit me. I won't even hit back. Ow! What was that for? You're nuttier than Miss Malin. Cripes. Remind me never to cross you. Though, you put that mean right hook to good use getting my drugs, and I'll be more than happy. Sure it is. Wink.
This is the simple truth. We are all molecular machines. The body is a collection of atoms. The mind is a consequence of chemical reactions. Therefore, our lives are predestined along a path that is only visible in retrospect. Life is fated and unstoppable.
Gotta hand it to you, Max. You make my old med school lectures seem interesting.
I'm just saying, if we did need to dispose of a body, this would be a good spot for it.
Ugh. This is why I prefer spaceships and clean recycled air.
Process.
Sometimes violence is the only way.
Try that again.
Hold on to your hats, children. This ride is about to get ugly.
Ma'am, please, I need your help. I can pay. Oh, thank you for stopping. Everyone acts like nothing's wrong, like my little boy isn't at risk of being eaten by some vile creature. Please, you have to help me get my little Tucker back. He ran away and is going to get himself killed. Oh, I just know a raptidon is melting him with acid as we speak.
It's more dissolving than melting.
That is not helpful. Oh, I just knew you were a good person. Agnes, I said, this is the woman to save your little Tucky. And I was right. He ran out into the wilderness a few days ago. I warned him about the raptidons, mantisaurs, and marauders, the toxic sulfur pools, and poisonous plants, but he didn't listen. Please, won't you go and find my boy? Well, I guess I can't ask you to leave the town walls for free. It is deathly dangerous out there. I've got some bits saved up for a rainy day. I'll give you every last one if you just bring my Tucker back to me. I won't even be mad at him running off. You tell him I won't be mad. He's been pining for an adventure. Says he's tired of living cooped up behind the walls. But he doesn't understand how dangerous it is out there. I warned him. A raptidon would snap him up first chance it got. I just know one's ripped his arm off and is gnawing on his sweet little fingers. He should have listened to his mama. I promised I'd keep him safe here with me. He's been listening to those awful broadcasts that the iconoclasts put out. I begged Sanjar to put a stop to them, but did he? No! And now I just know my boy's run off to Amber Heights. That is, if a manta queen hasn't spooled out and eaten his entrails for breakfast already. Thank you. Oh, I know he'll be safe now that someone's able to fetch him home. You look for him in Amber Heights, you hear? It's down the road southwest of town. I'm sure he made it that far. I just know it. And if you find any of them iconoclasts indoctrinating my boy, you punch them in the mouths. Tell them what I think of them luring little boys away from their mamas. It's immoral.
Wrap musk and canid eyes, right here. Hello, stranger. Can I interest you in raptidon tongue? Or maybe some canid toenails? You look like a woman who's looking for some mostly fresh animal parts. I don't know. Celia usually buys whatever I have, and Mr. Pickett seemed real interested. So I thought maybe I was onto something. She works for Sanjar at MSI. She's also Stellar Bay's biggest collector of canid incisors. And I should know, because she buys them from me. He came to Stellar Bay years ago, just before the board cut us off. Ended up stuck here. He was always real interested in our monsters. Mantiqueens, especially. Sure, they're real big. Hard to miss them. Who wouldn't be? Now that just sounds like a fancy way to say boring people. Well, I could send you to the same place I sent Mr. Pickett, but I haven't seen him in a few weeks. To tell true, I'm starting to get a bit worried about him. Tell you what, I'll tell you where I sent Mr. Pickett if you promise to look for him. Help him out if he's got himself in trouble. Fair deal? All right then. Leave town through the southern gate, the one right here, and head past the abandoned ruin. Last Mantiqueen I saw was in the wilds out that-a-way. Oh, good. See.
Laws. Can a man enjoy the smooth... What I am doing, ma'am, is enjoying the moment. It's so... This law's forgotten town. Cut off from the rest of the colony. I recall when Stellar Bay was a proper board-affiliated town with regular shipments of Auntie Cleo's best and all the cereals. Before Sanjar took over MSI and got us all booted. Days of consumption and culture, when we weren't squabbling with the iconoclasts for lack of better things to do. Look, you're making me melancholy. Is there something...
And the little bastard's slippery, right? On account of its blood, so it's sliding. All over the place, trying to crawl away. Getting so I can't tell the blood from the mud. But I gotta get in there, get right in that baby rap's stomach and dig it out. If so much as a drop of stomach acid got on that medallion, shit, I don't know what I'd do. Might be I'd hunt every damn rapt out there. Right. What are you staring? Wait. You ain't from around here. Who are you? Name's Nyoka. I'm the best big game hunter on the planet.
You're also the loudest big game hunter on the planet. And the drunkest.
Shut the fuck. Fair point. I deserve it, though. On account of being the best. Ooh, charmer. Don't get a lot of that around here. Folks mostly grump at me about how I should join the MSI payroll. Nice change of pace. Buy me a drink, will you? Well, well. Let's get down to brass nuts then, shall we? Wait, that ain't it. Brass rats? Let's talk business. I'm headed back out there after I sober up. You want a guide sooner than that? You'll have to get me something to clear my head. Outstanding! Our dispensary here maintains a stock of, well, I don't rightly know what they are. Steroid or caffeine somethings? Pills. They're very good. I'm cut off for the month, on account of needing one just about every damn day. But I'm sure you've got your wily ways. Fetch me one and we'll be all set. Well, they work. We got a deal or what?
What are the chances of all the times and places we could have been born?
Yeah.
We're here, light years from Earth, going about our lives.
Don't think I've seen you around. You must have seen those UDL gunships on your way in. There's only 3 of them these days. Still, they tend to scare folk off. You may not have heard, you being new, but Stellar Bay hardly ever gets off-road traffic, us being cut off by the board and all. Which means I never get to do this part, but I've been practicing, so here goes. On behalf of Monarch Stellar Industries, welcome to Stellar Bay, home of the freshest sal tuna in Halcyon. Please state your name for the records. Aw, don't be like that. I never get to do this part. Please. Swell. There's one for the logs. I'm even gonna give you your own entry code. I'm not supposed to do that. It's against procedure, but Mr. Sanjar isn't so strict about the rules here. Besides, I got a lot of empty entries to fill. We don't get ship traffic in town. Only off-worlders who do make it out here are sublight. They got a base in Fallbrook. And thank the stars for them, or we would have run out of Rizzo's Purple Berry Crunch years ago. Oh, that'll just make Mr. Sanjar's day if you tell him. The board makes up lots of nasty stories about raptidons and cannibals and whatnot. But that's all outside our walls. Mostly. Oh, sure. It makes Stellar Bay sound like a rotten place, but it's not so bad. Get a good breeze going, and the sulfur smell mostly covers up the fishy smell.
Ah, the nostalgic stench of home. Can't say I miss the day-to-day of living in Edgewater.
Anyway, Mr. Sanjar's got lots to say on that subject. Kinda goes over my head, though. Mr. Sanjar will be mighty pleased to meet you. If you see him over at headquarters, Oh, and if you're... I got this Rizzo's Rangers Tosswell poster coming in on the next sublight shipment, signed by the Black Hole himself. Only I haven't heard anything in a while. Thanks a bunch. Celia works for Mr. Sanjar in the MSI building next to the bar. Hey, hold on there. I gotta sign you in.
Could I get another advance, Mr. Nandi?
Just make sure it's properly logged.
I'll note it next to the others, sir. Greetings, and welcome to Monarch Stellar Industries, producers and purveyors of the finest salt tuna in Halcyon. What can I do for you today? Not at all. Mr. Nandi treats us all right and pays us well. I just spent most of my paycheck on Raptidon acid. Laws, no. Sometimes it's canid teeth, or mantis worm wings. Whatever Sebastian has in stock, really. So I can talk to him, of course. He doesn't get going about much else. Sort of the strong, silent type. Unfortunately, my apartment's kind of filling up with his stuff, and some of the neighbors are complaining about the smell. Would you? I'd appreciate that so much. Maybe don't tell him I wanted you to ask, just that you met this really nice lady named Celia, and she seemed... Oh, Mr. Nandi's doing that thing where he breathes. He doesn't talk much, but he's got this quiet intensity, you know? Like there's stuff. Plus, he's got great legs. It's hard to find.
Good to have standards, I guess.
I know what I'm looking for. Sorry,
Well, new. Celia, didn't I tell...
That?
How can yield improvements of 26.7% not quicken the pulse? How can...
You've often posed...
Clear my schedule. This... Celia, will you make a note of that for my self-review? Very generous.
Note.
But not so generous I can't drive a good bargain. Now, who sent you? What a charming notion. One doesn't meet many free spirits. Forgive me, I'd be positively enraptured. Only... Now, there's no need to humor me. I'm used to... I had hoped that livening up our advertisements with enticing figures would draw the other corporations back to... Surviving alone isn't as easy as it looks. Thanks to the so-called hazard clause, Monarch has been cut off from the board's resources and protection for 10 years now. Now, we've kept ourselves in business by trading with individual corporations, but given the off-the-books nature of those transactions, such arrangements are precarious.
Exactly what I would have said, if I'd been paying attention.
You talk like Graham.
Freedom always sounds nice, doesn't it? It makes a rather pretty slogan. But if you sit down and tally up the costs, how you provide for yourself in the absence of aid, how you protect yourself from a hostile galaxy, it starts to lose its shine.
Exactly. Intellectualism fuels the train to mankind's future, but the tracks the train runs on are forged from practicality.
What?
Yes, it's as though the good vicar has plucked the very words from my brain.
Indeed. Mr. Nandi here has a rather ingenious plan to get MSI restored to the board.
On our terms, mind you.
Ingenious plan? Don't get me wrong, I'm starting to admire your sand, but I bet you could overcomplicate a sisty sandwich.
What a charmingly roguish turn of phrase. Allow me to express my thanks at your confidence and assure you that my plan is indeed sufficiently complicated.
And if our advertising scheme hasn't borne fruit, then perhaps it's time we took matters into our own hands.
It's a two-pronged approach. The first part involves seeing Stellar Bay properly defended.
And a Mantisaur problem, and a Marauder problem.
Many, many problems, but they can all be solved with a Bolt 52 cartridge. If you can get us what we need to rejoin the board, starting the Bolt 52, we'll be able to become one of the most productive and secure cities in Halcyon.
And you'll have a powerful...
Why, one of the strongest defenses in Halcyon. An extremely powerful ordnance.
Never realized fighting the bureaucracy could be the...
It is... I'll need to gather some supplemental materials.
You do
The Bolt 52 will be in the old arms building southwest of town, which used to be part of Stellar Bay. And these days, it's over. Do be careful. I've lost more than a few people to morale. Oh, and while you're at it, there should be a terminal in the arms building with some danger.
Velma seem out of sorts to you?
He's always cranky.
No, I mean more than usual.
Look, you can tell Catherine the new shipment will be ready when it's ready, all right? She's... Did she now? Well, I can see I was mistaken. I hope you can forgive my temper. First, my autoloader foreman stages a walkout, and now my chief pescatological health manager is missing. Caleb Herrick runs the autoloader operators. He thinks I don't pay them enough for flipping switches and turning dials. He and his whole crew walked out. Say they won't come back unless I pay them more. Because we've got a budget, all right? And in case you haven't noticed, MSI doesn't exactly have a lot of spare bits on hand. Not on Monarch. Sanjar threw out the old work mandates and penalties. Sure, until your workers start making ridiculous demands. You mind slapping him around a little while you're at it? I'm joking. Mostly. Unless you can do it without hurting his job performance. If you can find a way to get him back to work, I'll make it worth your while. Check the yacht club. He's usually there. Braxton. He's in charge of getting the fish fat, but also making sure they don't get too many tumors. He's a real wizard with pharmaceuticals, but he has creative notions of working hours. Comes with living in a free colony, I guess. We're not keen on rules for rules' sake around here. Means Braxton skips work sometimes, but it also means no company boss is telling me when I can take a shit. Since you don't seem to be constrained yourself, maybe you could check up on him. He lives in the apartments. Tell him Velma said to get his lazy ass down here, or she might...
Velma's not so bad, as long as you avoid it.
you're the... So who do you... Aren't they just? When I get to worrying about the most... So... Graham's always filling the... All it means is the tossball games get to us in frag...
So, Vicar. Vicky. Can I call you Vicky?
Absolutely fucking not.
For a vicar, you sure curse an awful fucking lot.
Look who's talking.
I'm not a...
You look like a woman who's looking for some mostly... Huh. I haven't seen her in a few days, but I've been meaning to ask her how that... I hope it's working okay, because no one else really seems in... Wait, I see what's going on. She put you up to this so she could get a discount. Don't get me wrong. I'd like to give her a discount. She's a real fine lady. Always talks. But if I give her one, I won't hardly make a bit. Like... You sound pretty sure. And okay, I'll do it. Once her shift ends, we'll go someplace nice.
Have you talked to Sebastian? Okay, but how did he say it? Did he sound excited? Or like he was just agreeing to it? Was he like, yay, a date with Celia? I've secretly been... Not to worry. If I never buy another Raptidon tongue, it'll be too soon. Ah, look at me going on. I'm sure you've got other things to do, and Mr. No... Anyhow. Thanks again for setting me... You know, sending you is the first bright idea I've seen from that man, because I still don't know anything about it. But if you want to help him, Velma's the one... But I'll warn you, Grim wore her patience...
I'd give you a friendlier welcome, but I'm up to my elbows in salt tuna guts. This again? I swear, this... You can tell Grim his poster came in. You can also tell him I got a better offer for that about... It's staying locked up in my office until Nell shows with her money. No. I paid Sublight for it. So, it's mine. And when Nell pays me for it, it'll be... She runs the betting parlor across the way. She asked me about the poster once. Just once. I don't have time for Grim, even when I'm... Sure can. Sure. And once you finish helping me, fine by me.
Whatever you do, don't mention tossball.
You startled me. Don't...
Who wants to play an impromptu tossball match? No one? You?
Reminds me of the crew cabin on one of my first ships.
The trick is not to breathe through your nose.
A visitor? What an
In my experience, any stranger this friendly either wants to rob and airlock you or sell you something.
Nonsense. Out here in the wilderness, we welcome all who come to our door. Now come in, make yourselves comfortable. Excellent. You've arrived at just the right time. My wife is putting the finishing touches on dinner. Please, make yourself at home until it's ready.
What a pleasant surprise. And just when I was beginning to fear we'd seen the last of good company for a spell. Yet the Eternal provides, does it not?
Only if you give yourself over to the plan, Martha. May I call you Martha?
By all means, just make yourself comfortable. Company is always a reason for cheer. And who could? Stretch out your hand and cosmic divinity reaches back. Open wide your mouth and the universe provides sustenance. That they do. Though it's up to us to make the most of those opportunities, wouldn't you say? Look at me, prattling on as if this gravy is going to cook itself. Why don't you run along until we are ready for dinner?
Oh, hello there. You come for dinner? That's nice. We had someone else over a week ago or yesterday. I forget. It just gets hard to remember things. I recall moments, feelings, but the details slip. Other times it's like there's fog. Sorry, have we talked about this before? That's nice of you. I usually feel better after I eat. Mama said dinner's almost ready, huh?
You must be famished. Is it sticking again? There's a bit of a trick to jimmying it open. Please, there's no need for incivility. I promise I'll get the door open once we've had our meal. Until then, why don't you stretch your legs a bit? A nice walk around the house will surely limber them up.
Hey, what are you doing in my room? Maybe I'll tell Mama and Papa. Then you'll be sorry. You're trying to steal the last of my rocket candies, aren't you? The ones that come in a bottle with a rocket ship on it. Like the other man used to bring. I'm not telling you. Spacer's choice pills, they cure all your ills.
I hope you favor ketchup and woolly cheddar. We have to make do with what we can find.
Nice to meet you.
You must be famished.
Got trouble!
Never anger a man of the cloth!
I thought I'd seen the worst of humanity before.
Who does something like this?
Smells like rafting. Oh, it does work.
I'd give you a friendlier welcome, but That he's got his load on and I'm stuck covering his... That's... Wow. I sure feel like an ass now. Oh, sure. Because Monarch's just teeming with experts. Still, it's good to know what happened to him. Something else on your mind? Sure can. Fair enough. The damn thing. Take the poster then. And if I never... Sublight boss out of Fallbrook. Handles most goods that come in. Unless you're here to tell me he's agreed to do his job again? Hard worker? Caleb... I don't have the bits for... Besides, if I make an exception for...
She's principled, in at least this area.
Thank you. If Caleb wants to keep this job, he'd better get back to it. I'm about... I don't even want to think about that. Or how far behind Braxton's loss alone is going to put us. Fine. Tell Caleb he and his team can have...
Have you had time to check on that poster yet? Would you look at that? The Rizzo's logo is nice and bright, and you can still smell the ink on... I can't thank you enough. Still, you can have the bits I was gonna spend at... And you know what? Take my old tossball blocker too. Never get the chance to use it these days. I'd show you around, but I gotta keep watch. Just in case someone else comes along.
Well, well. Is not... And if you plan on sitting through Nyoka's stories, you
I could use a few in time.
Now what can I do? Anyone who spends any amount of time in this bar is bound to get to know Nyoka. And I don't... Anyone who's rid us of as many beasts as... Something else... Thought it had a fancy ring to it. Name's the first... Nope. But...
Max, you're always going on about destiny. What did your mother do?
If you must know, my late mother was a laborer, Dr. Finhill.
And your father?
The same.
And you ended up a preacher how?
The universe works in mysterious ways. Where there is a deficit, it seeks to provide an abundance. Say a church is attacked by marauders and sustains casualties. The replacement clergy must arise from somewhere.
New face, huh? A ship captain? Well, I'll be. Here, why don't you grab a chair? Sure thing. How'd you manage that? Wait, never mind. If I question it, it'll turn out not to be true. Besides, I never follow how you got Velma to part ways with a bit card of her own. Here, take this as compensation. It ain't a lot, but I hope it shows how much we appreciate all you've done. Now me and my friends here better get back to work.
hello, dearie. Why, I don't believe I've seen you before. And with sweet cheeks like those, I'd remember.
Quite the bedside manner, lady.
Well, it's so rare I get the pleasure of new company. What can Auntie Abigail do for you? And what a helpful young lady you are. Nothing like a little pill to liven up the spirits.
Whiskey helps, too.
Please leave medical advice to the professionals. Now, dearie, who's this pickup for? Oh, her. It's none of my business, but I have told her Dr. Williams would bump up her monthly allotment if only she'd join MSI. Contribute like the rest of us. Now I've gone and said too much. And you know me, dearie. I don't like to pry. If so, I would love to know where. Sublight supplies don't come cheap.
I'd hope not. Fleecing's the mark of a real professional.
Believe me, there's nothing I'd love better than to help you. But there's not much I can do. Dr. Williams managed the town's allotments from his terminal upstairs. Even I can't access them. Oh, you flatter an old woman. Me, I'm just here to be a pretty face for the customers. And to keep an extra key to the supply room for all the time. Careless experimentation with medicinal substances does take it.
But until then, it's
episodic pharmacological delirium. In the town graveyard, I'm afraid. Poor man was always searching for the graveyard's near the southern ruins. You're certainly welcome to... Do be careful. I'd hate for anything to happen to you. Chin up.
Couldn't help but notice your shooter, Dr. Fenhill. It's quite a sharp piece.
Isn't it something? I keep meaning to name it, but I can't come up with it.
Black fucking hole! Oh, that smarts! Damn near twisted my ankle right there.
I thought men and women of the cloth were supposed to be all meek and patient-like.
The universal plan favors the bold, Dr. Fenhill. Oh, good. Here's a little trick I learned in prison.
Watch a pro at work! Anyone else?
I've had quite enough of you!
didn't realize you were an ex-con, Vicar.
Technically, I was a priest, not a prisoner.
Oh, so you could leave whenever you wanted.
No, I had to fulfill my duties first.
Then you had a sentence.
Not exactly.
It's got a lot more interesting, preacher.
Ah, the charmer. Welcome back. All of the above?
Says someone who's never had any fun.
Exactly. See? I'm glad someone on your crew's got some sensible, got her head on straight. Whew, that hits the spot. Right in the, oh, no, there it is. There it is. Yes. We're in business. Let's go.
That was fast. I gotta see about stalking some on the ship.
You be careful. The first one's free. After that, they'll offer you gainful employment. Great. Where to? Oh, Hiram? I ain't checked in on that man in an age. He's running the giant radio tower. We'll be going south and west, mostly along the road till we're past Fallbrook. Out there, if you're more of a spelunker, Rotting River will take you into the mountain. That said, 3's already a crowd.
Mighty big gun you got there. I'm looking for...
You look like a preacher. You a traveling vicar?
In a... manner of speaking.
Stellar Bay had a vicar once. He took it upon himself to convince Graham's folk to come back to the corporate fold. Kept making the trip between the city and Amber Heights by foot. Kept getting himself into all sorts of scrapes. Day came when I found a book of his in the middle of a raft encampment. And still gripping it, too. Captain, let's talk. Hey, gotta figure while we're out here in the wilderness anyhow. Preferably before we get to Hiram's. It's on the... You don't seem the type to run off and get yourself killed. Well, I'll be upfront with you. I hate asking for help. I hate it every time. But this, what I'm thinking... Nothing I can't... I used to run with a band of hunters. Friends. 6 of us. We were on Monarch when... I haven't seen 2 of them in years. And the rest I know to be dead. I'd like to... First, we go to Hayes. I buried him a ways from our encampment. I'll show you where he rests. He had a medallion in his effects. Then we find my 2 lost trackers and bring them home. A long time ago, we built an encampment in one of Monarch's cave systems. Trouble is, if we can find Rebecca and Anders, they'll know how to lure her out. Then, we kill the bitch and bury everyone's
Is it true that manta queens devour their mates after copulation?
Yeah, well, sort of. They kill them, but they leave the body.
Trouble incoming, Captain.
Everyone all right? So, anyway. Yeah, well, sort of. They kill them, but they leave the body till their swarm hatches and eats it. The first meal is their father. Used to be, you can get the best wine on Monarch here.
Never had much of a sweet tooth myself. Indulgences like Rizzo's were frowned upon in my household.
Fallbrook's on the other side of the bridge there if you need a drink. We're only halfway to the mountain, so might consider stopping in.
Can handle it.
Look northwest. That ain't it, but marauders sometimes camp inside the buildings there. Steer clear unless you fancy getting shot. Westbound still. I'll let you know when we can start ascending.
Incoming! Fine hit, Captain! I smite you in the name of the law!
Covering you!
I'll take your confession now! May the law have mercy on you. I won't.
Get past that armor!
That's the last of them.
I call this Rotting River, on account of all the dead things I've thrown in it over the years. It'll take you into... The caves back east are safest. We can head up this path if you want to shoot your way through a few nightmares on your way up.
Here we go. The strong survive and the weak perish.
Fred, you say? Make it past that armor!
Subtle work, Captain.
Wraps. Let's clear this sulfur-sodden fucks out so Hayes can rest in peace.
Here they come.
Nice work!
Sometimes violence is the only way.
Hayes was the best self-sacrificing son of a saint I ever met. Halcyon is worse off without him. Now, if we're gonna lure the Manta Queen out, we'll need to find Rebecca and Anders. They took a UDL contract on Terra 2. Think it's time I call in a favor with Hiram. If anyone can track them down... I don't know much about it. It paid well, so they took it. They said they'd be back... That... I don't rightly know what happened. But soon after they left, and to be honest, after him, Thanks. I'm still not convinced I won't come to regret it, but we've started down this path. Might as well see it through. Now come on, let's make tracks before Hiram dies.
they come.
I am a sword!
Here's a little trick I learned in prison. It'll work.
Everyone all right?
Here they come.
This one's mine!
I've had quite enough of you!
To shreds, you say?
survive and the weak perish. That's the last of them.
And here we are. Told you we'd make it in one piece. Station ain't too far now.
Hey, you! Get over here! There are marauders up ahead!
Oh, no. How the hell did marauders navigate the...
How many years do you think it took nature to shape?
This station's under the protection of the corporate compliance crew. You a marauder? 'Cause me and my sunshine, that's my gun if you were wondering, we don't take kindly to marauders. A coherent enough response, I reckon. Must be true. You're clear, but I would caution you against pressing on ahead. This station's plumb crawling with marauders, you know? I take it you ain't met the other C3s. Me and Sunshine are doing exactly what we've been tasked with. You want more details? You ought to talk to my crew. They're guarding a small barracks to the southeast, by the edge of the mountain. There is nothing I'd enjoy more, but the C3s play it by the book. Usually. Go petition the boss man. Maybe you can convince him to alter my duties. See that path that runs underneath that giant archway? Follow it on down. There's a little station near the cliff. You'll find the rest of my crew there.
Need something? Talk to Joy. And for the love of space, don't rouse the rock.
Try me?
I am a storm!
Mako! I'll take your confession now! Quick! That's the last of them.
You may not realize this, being as you're an outsider, but the blaring alarms indicate the station's on lockdown. Which means you can't ever get to me. So leave already.
Here's the elevator, but ain't gonna budge. While this place is on lockdown. Guess we keep moving forward. Look for another way up.
I can see you. Come here and talk to me. Base to intercom. I can't tell if you're brave or simply touched in the head. What in the galaxy are you doing sniffing around my station? Unless you are, in fact, trying to suicide by Marauder? And you, Nyoka, what are you doing lugging a stranger into my station?
You could use the socialization, you son of a bitch. Also, she hired me.
To what purpose? I happen to have some significant problems I am dealing with right now. Marauders, running out of purple berry wine 3 days ago, not being able to bloody broadcast. No. We'll deal with information-related business later. The Marauders want me dead. And since my hired hands have clearly turned idle, it appears I need...
Or we can call you Hiram, on account of that's your damn name, and doubly on the...
What? See, Neo, I barricaded the broadcast center, but I can only hold out for so long. They destroy the transmission equipment, and the elevator and doors to the second floor are back online. Hurry before I... Too many, considering I hired a bunch of no-good mercs to keep them out in the first place. Already, they've caused considerable damage to the station's property. If they... Aside from the bits I'll be paying you, you said you wanted something from me. Hey, elevators to your right. Get ready.
I smell blood!
Watch out! Never anger a man of the cloth!
Here they come. Who'll go right, you?
Wait! Too tough! Try something else!
That's the last of them, I think.
Marauder free at last. I'll get the door. You hurry on it.
Never thought I'd be ecstatic at having the walls painted in blood, but seeing as it's not mine, I'd say this calls for a celebration. This ought to square our debt. One hefty payment for a highly valued service rendered. But I admit, I do wonder why Nyoka has brought you to me. Allow me to pose my question in another manner. Why, in the nebula, are you here? If you insist. As I was telling you before, I am the premier broker for all of Monarch. Phineas must have sent you. He's the only one insane enough to send someone to Monarch to rush me. I knew it was only a matter of time before he came a-knocking. Look, I might be late, but I fulfill my contracts, always.
Oh, you do you? I have lost track of the number of beers you owe me for chasing raptidons off your stoop.
You said that in a way that was almost believable.
I take offense to that. Look, okay. It might take me a while this time. I am awaiting but a single incoming transmission containing the information we desire. But MSI and the Iconoclasts are clogging the airwaves from Stellar Bay and Amber Heights. In their war against each other, they're scrambling each other's outgoing transmissions. The bandwidth! There's too much blasted background noise. Nothing gets through but their local broadcasts. Which of course has inadvertently affected the incoming port and my livelihood. No, they're jamming the limited frequencies we have at our disposal. Nothing extraplanetary can get in or out until the frequency pollution thins out. The safest bet is to convince... You'll find it directly to the east, almost inside. My former partner, Sanjar, transmits from his office in MS. Don't let him try to fool you. While his messages might seem like gibberish, I understand why he needs the bandwidth, but we had... Amber Heights is one of the only surviving settlements outside. Graham Bryant and the Iconoclasts there got their hands on a working... You do that, I'll be here, waiting on the receiving end. Luck be with you. I have a feeling you'll be needing a pinch of it, plus a... Oh, great.
Aw. I'd normally entertain your self-aggrandizement.
Important to you is not the same as important to me. Although I... Tug on my heartstring. Look, I'll do what I...
Rebecca Hodges and Anders Wadsworth. They took a UDL contract back when Monarch went...
If UDL hired 2 hunters back then, it would have been for creature clearing purposes. These are the coordinates for the outpost under the last UDL contract. Nyoka, pick me up some Stimulotion and a bottle of purple berry wine when you're next...
I'd like to die first.
That's with us.
I'm Huxley. Huxley. My friends and I were scavenging here, and a mannequin showed up. Then Raptidons. I ran in here, and, now the door's locked. Phew. My buddy had a key, but I ain't heard him in a while. He locked... So look for a dead guy, I guess. Or a rat. Maybe... What do you mean? Get me out!
Phew. Thank you so much. Now I'm out here. And I'm headed back to Amber Heights.
Still landing yourself in trouble.
Oh, hi, Nyoka. You mind giving me an escort? Oh, sure, I'm a runner. I'm used to getting all dizzy and... Hey, who's your identical...
Thanks a lot.
Incoming! Everyone all right? I smite you in the name of the law! Fate shines on us today.
Good old Stellar Bay. Only place on the planet that don't stink of sulfur. On account of it stinking like... fish instead.
I think I'm gonna be... No! I just stepped in a... If you're going into the apartments, do not. Now, if you'll excuse me.
I don't mean to judge, but are you ever sober, Miss Remnarim Wentworth?
Only when I got a job to do. And even that ain't a guarantee.
You should know, you're getting... What can I do for you?
You weren't supposed to look. I asked you to delete it.
Oh, yes. No doubt someone... This has been my albatross. I give MSI everything. My work, my youth, my... In charge of a scrap heap of a city. Abandoned by the board and surviving only through the hip...
I hadn't thought of it.
Thank you for that. Oh, yes. I'm going to be up all night with this. All those blank, sweaty...
Try to control yourself.
Have you any idea how powerful this is? What a question! Bureaucratic micromanagement is the only way anything gets done in Halcyon, and proper documentation is a key part of that. For our part, a bill of liquidation/transfer Form 52 will protect our holdings on Monarch by temporarily assigning them to a pass-through entity once we drop our bomb on the board.
What Mr. Nandi means is that we have some rather momentous information.
I have reason to believe that one of the other corporations is operating on...
Mr. Nandi may be correct. If the masses learn that the board disregards their own ordinances, it'd give rise to...
If we can find proof, I can use that as leverage to encourage certain powers that be to... You really think... I admit, I've been hatching this scheme for quite... If someone is operating here, then Catherine's almost certainly supplying them out of Fallbrook. Perhaps she could be convinced to tell you where they... Oh, but as much as I love your can-do attitude and dangerous gravity, so it would be best if you could leave her in one... Of course, I didn't mean to... Once you, subtly work out where this corporate facility might be, bring back proof of its... A foolproof plan if I... You think we're the problem? Have you even heard...
Unfortunately, it's hard.
It isn't easy keeping a town like Stellar Bay afloat, especially without the board's backing. Indeed. That's why it's if we can find proof that one of the companies on the board is all... You have my word. I see. And what... Well, that's excellent. What else can I do for you?
You seen Arthur today?
Uh-huh. You blind? Why is it every sissy pig fucker who only nugget of paradise in this entire law forsake?
Catherine!
Truthfully spoken, I do wait. You know, I ain't heard that one before. Suppose I'll have to work harder to show you just what... But first, I'll need to know what Well? If it's one that don't mind getting dirt. But how am I to know I do admire blunt honesty, so I'm willing to give... There's a Borst factory on up the way, run by a man who calls himself... That aside, it's a business ripe for the... Stars, I hope so. Clive Lundberg, the self-proclaimed Borst King of Mon. He's making the only meal to be had this side of Monarch, and I'm tired of ponying up for my dinner. And you're the soon-to-be handsomely paid fucker. Guess you've got it figured out. Hit him where it hurts. In his gut or hit... If you got brass knockers, you could shoot your way through the front gate. Might be another way in, assuming you're courageous enough to trek the soup. Sometimes the simplest solution is the sweetest. I don't give a whit about... It'll be more than good when you're finished. Maybe... Oh, and if you don't fancy going in guns blazing or crawling through a sewer pipe, see Duncan in the dry goods and stuff. May luck be with you. How's Claude? Sure. Funny, you don't look like Nelson Mason. Funnier That dunderhead. Let me guess, it involved blood and guts and fur in places that don't... Might be I know something about it. Might be someone hired. Now that I consider it, I ain't heard from my delivery team in far too... And I'll thank...
Catherine's great, ain't she? She'll pull you out of the sulfur, so long as you don't mind being in her debt.
Efficient, clever, ruthless. I like her.
A vicar, huh? You a true believer, or do you just like the tithes?
Why, that's borderline offensive, Ms. Ramnareem Wentworth. Of course I believe. The tithes are merely a well-earned bonus.
I met another believer once. Pushy type. He thought he'd been left behind for a reason. Thought he'd find some kind of cosmic truth in the wilderness. Got himself infected by a mantis and drowned in a sulfur.
Looks like they were ambushed.
We ought to be quick about this.
Stay back. I may be wounded. How'd you get past my trap? Just remember, I still got bullets, in case you get any funny ideas. What are you doing out here anyway? That feels a mite better. Wish I had something to give you, but I gnawed through my last Spratwurst an hour ago. Nice to know she cares. Catherine had us making drops for some big-shot client out here. And before you ask, the whole point of making drops in the middle of nowhere was to keep their identity and whereabouts a secret. Marauders were waiting for us. They blew the cave like this makes a handy place to store goods or hide out for a spell. Last I saw, they were heading back up the hill. You'll see it on... If you got the sand to go after him, I'm sure Catherine can reward you. Me? I'm headed back to Fallbrook, just as...
Won't get any mercy from me.
Go!
Please, you don't have to do this. Just let us down from here. The humidity is real. Look, I didn't mean what I said about your outfit. It's very fashionable, I swear.
As bystanders, does this make us complicit? With the law, we are unstoppable. Go.
May the law have mercy on you. I won't.
All right?
If I hear you say survival of the fittest one more time, I'm gonna lose it. Survival's about persistence and luck.
Thank you again for retrieving the bolt. Anyway, excellent timing on your part. I worked my fingers to nubs, but I finally completed the Bolt 52 form.
You're getting ahead of...
So I'm working on a plan to reorganize the board. Slowly, peacefully.
You are?
But that's entirely the point. We've got to hope. We have...
What about the folks out in the wilderness? Amber Heights, Fallbrook?
My sincerest hope is for MSI to become a model for all of Halcyon. But truly, I am getting ahead of myself. First, I need to submit the Bolt 52 with... I knew there was something going on. This is exactly the proof we need. I'll transmit this data along with the completed Bolt 52 right away. After that, we'll sit back and quietly wait for the bolt.
That means no more broadcasts from us.
One down? Believe me, you've got... Was there anything else?
Well, hello, and welcome to the home of the icon. In it, you'll find everything you need to know about Graham, his philosophist truths, and the icon. Oh no, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. It's a habit, I suppose. We used to have plans. Ever since the corporations left, it's been hard to come by the basics. But you know what we do? Freedom! This is the only place in hell. No corporations. Oh, those are just hurdles. We deal with... You're welcome to stay with us, so long as you can earn your keep. Oh, you've heard Graham's teachings. He and Zora have done such a wonderful job. You can think of those two as our leaders, but they're more like examples. Why, Graham taught us about philosophism. I'm glad you're asking, by the way. I hope you'll... She's been with us since the beginning. She goes and finds people in the wilderness and gets them to come here. She's liable to take your head off if you screw up, but then... Graham's place is in the large building straight back. Zora's sometimes there talking with... The new boy! Yes, he's quite Last I saw him, he was headed into one of the buildings.
theosophists.
The folks in Amber Heights always manage to find a bottle or two of the good stuff. Keen scavengers, I tell you.
Oh, hello. Damn right. Hey. Well, on the way back, I twisted something in my leg, foot area. Where does my... So, no runs for me. Till it stops hurt. Zora says I'll be fine in a month. Huh? Oh. I did a dumb thing. But this one was really persistent. Chased me for, I don't know, forever. Then I tripped over a void damn rock. Oh.
There's your iconoclast theory.
Mister, I don't know what chaos is, but rocks ain't got the...
Never seen you before. Take my advice. Move on. I've been halfway around T1. Monarch, they call it now. Nothing on this moon for nobody. A great many things. I'll tell you what. You want to listen to an old man run? I used to run with a squad of mercenaries here. Good folk. Fella named Lamar. Stands to reason they got... Mostly we protected folk from the beasts here. If it spat, scratched, or stung, we'd kill it for you. So long as you had the bits. Thing is, I got myself some fond memories. We had some... There... I'll be glad for it, but I ain't stupid. This planet tends to get people killed. Appreciate it, kid. I'm marking outposts on your map. We spend a lot of time...
Looks like I'm not the only new face around here. Welcome to Amber Heights, Captain. You here to join the iconoclasts? Help. I am not a little boy. Haven't been one for decades, no matter what my mama wished. According to her, stepping foot outside of the house in broad day. Don't go play with friends. Mantisaurs will tear your arms off. Don't leave the city. Raptidons will spit acid on your face. Marauders can violate you. You'd fall in a sulfur pool. I stuck around way too long, ruled by her fears. She doesn't want to see me as anything other than her baby boy. You're right. I can do this.
It ain't right. How many good folk we gonna lose to our mission?
A mantiquin.
Yeah. We felled it, mind. But we lost 2 runners and 5...
A stranger comes to our home. If you're looking for a path to walk... Stop. No. Spreading the... They can't be everywhere at once. Surely there are radios that still catch our message.
You are quite assured in the idea that any who hear your...
Graham, we should be focusing on survival anyway. Food, ammo, and medicine.
Pivot, huh? If radio isn't working, we might try another way. I've had my sights on an old printing press for some time. The board uses magazine...
Wait, that...
Help me clear out and repair the press, and I will have no need... Citizens of Halcyon are glued to their periodicals. They obsess. Even I find myself occasionally distracted by their My literary prowess will hook them, and the eternal truth will reel them in. Wonderful. I requisitioned replacement rollers for it some time ago. Speaking of which...
You bought rollers? You haven't even cleared the wraps out yet. What do you... Forget it. Huxley's still recovering.
It seems we're out a runner. If you intend to help our cause, I'll ask you...
So you're her mysterious savior.
That girl and her songs. So eager to learn, so bright-eyed, so... toned. She meets us in the ruins of Bayside Terrace. One of our sympathizers. A woman named Carlotta. Stellar Bay has caught on, but... Wonderful. While you're at it, we can use...
I hope I don't have to tell you this, but if there is extra... Graham. Gonna need to buy myself an entire Rizzo plant after all this.
Fight on our hands.
Everyone all right?
Hey, I know you. Boss says you... But, we got this hand. That's my nice way. I don't know what your angle is, but... Oh...
quiet. Hello? Yeah, and for the 100th, who are you? Oh, finally! Sanjar's declared a stop sale to you lot, but even if he hadn't, I'm not...
I don't know how you got those goons. Graham ordered rollers and whatsits, right? For a printing press? Like I said, you'd have to ask him. All I know is that if I get caught, I'll get arrested. It's an enviable thing he's doing. Free people and all that. Law help them. I should go. Look, what do you want? Yeah, I've got a few. I'll send them along. Give them all my regards. And good luck out there. Don't go getting eaten.
I ought to mention, the iconoclasts are loyal folk. Treat them right, they'll do the same. Turn on them, they'll open fire without a second thought.
Damned philosophists.
I'm telling you, the Van Noys are...
Bullshit, Graham. They don't just abandon orders, and they weren't at the ruins.
They're on a very important... Welcome back.
Damn it. I was hoping you'd have more sense than our venerable leader here. I get the message is important. Carlotta usually schedules the next drop during the meeting. When's she coming?
That is most unfortunate. This cuts off one of our only 2 supply lines on Monarch. Sanjar, old friend, you're about to cross a dangerous line.
About to? That idiot just declared war.
We will deal with his subversion later. For now, we must redouble our efforts to spread the truth to the colony.
The print... Oh no. Graham, you didn't.
I've already sent a team ahead to scout the press. One of our best. Meet them there and find out if they've been successful.
You sent the Van Noys there, didn't you? Oh, for fuck's sake, Graham! We needed them in the ruins! Our people died out there!
They went willing to fight for our cause. We need reinforcements. We need new recruits. The Van Noys saw the printing facility with the same importance as I.
The written word can be quite effective, but losing your flock seems counterproductive.
I have the utmost confidence in their abilities. Friends, we must have faith that the men and women we recruit can handle the duties for which we recruit them.
Yes! You're damn right he could have. But he's so obsessed with preaching that he's become blind to our actual problems. Look, if the Van Noys are still alive, get them out of there. With Sanjar pressing the issue like this, I have a feeling we'll need them.
heard something.
What was that?
We can handle this. I've had quite enough of you.
Talk to me.
Nyoka, you're a sight.
I bet. You really come?
Yeah, I know, but that's the mission. Don't suppose y'all are busy right now. Thank the Eternal. We could use a hand. But we can't leave without patching these guys up. Acker here is bleeding out and Jensen can't see straight. Our medic has got our trauma kit, but we got separated. We ain't seen him in a couple of hours. Yeah, on account of giving him the order. He's searching the old settlement to the north of the press.
Here's a little trick I learned in prison. That's the last of it.
Here they come!
I'll take your confession now.
Any luck out there? Oh, fuck. Well, that's better than nothing.
Shines on us today.
May the eternal truth guide you.
If you'll just listen...
No! No more listening. No more preaching. We are...
Enough, Zora. I'm not putting the torch to innocent people. Do you want to bring the board's cruisers and gunships down on us? Captain, apologies, but our situation grows dire. Our people talk of foolish endeavors. What news do you bring? They are armed all the same. All they need is a good reason, and war is one such reason. Excellent.
Did you find the Vanois? Thank the Eternal.
We're one step closer to bringing the truth to every man, woman, and child in Halcyon. This plan's brilliance is in its subtlety. For the time being, let us cease our activities on the tower, lest we bring premature attention upon us. I have much to do, articles to write, sermons to ponder. We live in such an exciting time. Let's talk later.
Sermons? For the love of... I'm going to see to the wounded.
Oh, Captain, you did it! My little boy is back, safe and sound. Tell the captain how grateful we are, Tuk Tuk.
Mama, I told you that I'm not staying. I just came back to talk to you about why I left. Then I'm going back to Amber Heights.
Oh, we'll get that silliness sorted out. You're safe here with me, and that's how it's going to stay. Isn't that right? What a sour thing to say. My little boy will always need me. I'm his mama, you know.
Mama, what I need is for you to listen to what I want for once. But that's between us. Now you promised the captain a reward, so settle up. Then you and me are gonna have a long talk.
Here, kind stranger. This is every bit I've scrimped and scraped for years to save. But it's more than worth it to have my Tuk Tuk home safe again.
Come out and play! Here they come!
May the law have mercy on you! I won't!
That's the last of them.
good. A fight. Don't mess with us. That's the last of them.
I'm drinking here. Move yourself on. Nothing on this moon for nobody. There's a lot of heartbreak. You know, a tiny part, a damn stupid part of me hoped he was still out there. What happened? Damn. Well, you find our box of memories? Well, shit. Thanks for finding it, at least. Don't gotta wonder anymore. It's pretty simple, kid. I sit at the bar, I drink, I mind my own business. That's it. Whoever said that must have been lying. Or maybe they was drunk. I don't know nothing a dozen better folk couldn't tell you. Look, you want to buy the drinks, I'll do my bit to keep you entertained. Just don't ask me to dance. I can't repay no kindnesses now. Alright, so, I reckon one of the most interesting places I've been is the hot pole. You know what that is? Exactly. This moon ain't big enough to rotate. It's locked. One side always facing Olympus, the other always facing away. Olympus might not be a star, but it throws off assloads of heat. Monarch's hot pole is the part that's closest to the gas giant. It's in the middle of this big mountain plateau. Volcanoes so high the peaks are in space. O2 breathers. The heat from Olympus is worse, though. Close your eyes, you can see rays bursting through your eyeballs. little streaks of light. The funny thing is, then in the middle there's just smooth rock. Circular-like. All the dust blown away. Pale gray with hair-fine cracks all over. I don't know what I was thinking. Maybe I was lightheaded from the O2. But I felt like I had to take off the breather for a moment, put my ear to the ground. I wonder now if I imagined it. Trick of the air, the heat. It was at the edge of hearing, deep down, far off, irregular. Tap, 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 tap. The sound of a bird pecking out of a shell. When there's a groundquake now, I hold my breath. Because I don't know if it's Olympus squeezing us for gravity, or wings getting stretched. Well, ain't you clever? Fine. I was supposed to pick him up that night. Thing is, another offer came along. Bit more lucrative. Then you're smarter than the average Wrapped. Next round's on me. A token of my deepest gratitude for solving a decade-long mystery. Now go on. Even old Manta is past.
Wonder if Hiram's home. Just kidding. Guy never sets foot outside.
I'm not out of breath. I just need a minute to clear the stitch in my side.
I love this mountain. You can see so much from here. So many beasts would need killing. So many drinks would need drinking.
Watch your footing. Can't afford any sprained ankles out here.
This factory offers the loveliest aromas. Like if you cook boards over a sulfur pit. Here they come!
The strong survive and the weak perish.
That's the last of them.
anger a man of the cloth.
System.
Here they come.
Please! I don't want to die!
Security patrol.
Down they go!
Something's not right.
Thanks, performance.
Sometimes violence is the only way. One down.
One's hit.
And just what do you figure you're doing up here? These are my private quarters, friend. I don't allow tours. Certain things require a mess to do well. See, I was just killing some time. I prefer to prepare my dinner by my own hand. Nothing like fresh and bloody Borstwurst. I do own a factory known for specializing in the canning of Borstwurst. On occasion, I like to imbibe other parts of the cysty pig. Did you fancy me a cannibal? Perish the thought. No, I don't eat the bodies, I disappear. A joke, that last was. So, what can I do for you? My full attention is at your disposal.
Captain, I would caution that we tread carefully through the remaining morass of this encounter, for the safety of all involved.
While I approve of your associate's cautious nature, I still teeter on the verge of losing my patience. Let us move forward with the present proceedings. By sublight, you mean Catherine, do you not? That greedy, star-crossed sow. Listen, friend. The Borst King of Monarch does not negotiate with coveters. How about you bring me Catherine's severed head, and I will gift you a lifetime supply of Borst. You desire that I should lower myself to Catherine's level of crassness and filth? I cannot fathom how that would cotton myself. The king built this golden monopoly brick by brick from the rubble when the corpse abandoned Monarch. No, he ain't the sort to partner up, as that requires the sharing of power and profits. According to whom? No, I don't see the advantage to me. Besides, didn't anyone tell you? The king don't bow to demands, nor stoop to negotiations, friend. Never mind. Never I should mind? I will never you right up your dark... I mean... All right. Yes. Listen, friend. The Borst King of Monarch does not negotiate with coveters. How about you bring me Catherine's severed head? Piss! And I had hoped it might not...
I smite you in the name of the law!
Oh, you are in for it now. Or something else. Here you go.
That's the last of them.
Okay, maybe my scheme wasn't so surefire due to a flaw.
Hey, Cass. Knock, knock.
Remind me never to get on Ms. Malin's bad side.
Please say the Yoda corpse you're wearing is Clive's. Huh. Not much boast to that declaration. Am I to take that to mean you didn't kill him? Hired more than we're successful, can tell you that. Still, this ought to compensate for your troubles. And take an aromatic. You stink like Sisty Pig. I'll presume you mean Arthur, the one you sent scurrying back like a sprat with his tail cut off? Reckon I'm happy he's alive. I'd be happier if the marauders who botched my drop were dead.
Hungry? No rubber.
We have the advantage. Ritual selection is a harsh mistress.
Huh. Ain't seen a sick queen before.
You look like a woman who's looking...
Sebastian, you ever get your hands on those pheromone sacs?
I must have hunted a dozen.
Manapillars ain't.
At least I'm getting a good... You're in good... He'll probably be wanting it back. You see any sign of him? That's pretty sad. He sure seemed like he knew what he was doing.
Anyone fool enough to chase after a queen is...
So this journal is all he left behind? Seems like... Huh. That's a fine way of putting it. In any case, I appreciate you tracking down Mr. Pickett. Huh?
Do you hear that? It's the blessed sound of radio silence, which leads me to believe you have sweet, sweet news for me. Yes, indeed. I am back in business. But before we get down to it, might I ask how you handled the problem? In the end?
Does it matter? Job's done.
Is that so? I don't know how. The two are diametrically opposed and impossible to please. But it matters not how you fixed my problem, only that you did. I don't doubt that you are working with Phineas, but my contract specifies I relay any acquired information to the purchaser, and to the purchaser alone. However, to send the data, I will need your assistance in cycling the antenna's receiver, so I can input the needed adjustments. Oh, don't be ridiculous. We're resetting a broadcast tower, not filing taxes. There are no errands, spreadsheets, or rituals involved. It's simple, truly. I merely need you to waltz outside and throw the lever to cycle the power. I'll key in the numerical adjustments from in here. Someone has trust issues, though I can't hardly feign surprise. Yes, that is all. No, I am not mocking you. Much. Just step outside, flip the switch, depart forever. Understood? Good. Marvelous. We're in agreement.
This is why I stopped helping out around here, you know. It's always
We're almost done.
Terrific. I'll be here. Wait.
check, check. Sweet stars. But that is a beautiful sound. Can you hear me? We are a go for broadcast. Oh, and I also dispatched Phineas his data. Impatient prick. Worse, I'm now indebted to him for it. Now I'll kindly thank you to get out of my tower. Look, I am well aware that at times I may have the tiniest iota of a prickly exterior, but I must admit I have grown rather fond of you. As Nyoka can attest, I do not form attachments with many. Do take care.
Why, he told us to leave without flinging insults at our persons. He really does like you, Captain.
What in the... Captain, there's a fireball in the sky.
Black holes! Did you see that? Looks like a UDL ship. Based on the gunnery attachments, I'd guess it's one of the board's blockade enforcers, but don't cite me on that. Oh well, a pity for the crew, but I can't see how it affects me.
Hiram? Can you hear me? Did you see that?
Architect, save me from swindlers and fools. Sanjar, what are you bloody doing on...
Yes, but...
Hiram. Ah, the good captain. The truth brings us together once more. Our salvation has come crashed...
Are you mad? That's a UDL...
Par for the course, really. You should do like I did.
We could use the gunship's armaments to defend Stellar Bay.
Our message is so close to breaking free of this planet and spreading to the stars. Listen, I don't care a single whit what you do, so long as... Which means, get off my void deck...
Have your back, Captain. Nice hit!
This was mine!
Well done. We're still alive.
Here we go.
Handle this.
You go on ahead, Captain. I'm not keen on ships.
Hello, my name's Jen. I'm the chief engineer on this gunship, and I'd like to let the record show that our captain is a total fucking hothead. I told him again and again that without fixing our regulators, spinning up the engines are going to blow through our coils and we'll go flying off in a completely random direction. Well, here we are, thinking we'll hit soil and...
If the iconoclasts reach that ship first, I don't suppose you've found the targeting module yet. I've sent patrols, but... They're all mad! And what's more, they left us! No.
Remember what we
Yes. The words in those reviews were very hurtful, but they do not define me. I am a mantipillar, and my will is my cocoon. I can emerge and become whatever I wish. I hadn't thought of it that way. Perhaps you have a point. Supposing you're right, who exactly would you have me work with? The iconoclasts are not the most compromising sorts. Oh, how do these things ever start? Once upon a time, Graham and I saw the same problems with MSI. A rigid corporate structure with no regard for its people. But, where I wanted to reform MSI, he only wanted to take it apart. As if starving in the wilderness is somehow better than starving under corporate mismanagement. He won't hear reason now, and I wouldn't trust him again. That's an interesting suggestion. I confess I don't know much about her except that she worked for Rizzo.
There ain't a body on this planet that can keep a group patched up like she has. I don't know how she does it.
I'd be willing to consider it, but I need to see her review first. Excellent. Her review would be in the Rizzo offices in Cascadia. Bring it to me, and I'll see if she's qualified.
like to die first.
Don't mess with us.
Watch out, Captain.
That's the last of them.
Here they come. Here's a little trick I learned in prison. Incoming.
Damn, but we're good.
You won't get any mercy from me.
Not getting nice one.
Sometimes violence is the only way. We can handle this.
The last of them.
Any luck bringing the iconoclast? I don't like the idea that they'll be trying for... Very well. I can't promise anything, but... Well, it seems like she,
If it weren't for her, I'd wager the icon...
I wasn't expecting to say this, but if you can put her in charge...
Something on your mind? Too bad. Had I a reliable third party I could trust to set up a meet, maybe I'd consider it. With all the help you've done, but I can't trust you to think logically. Your priorities are skewed a bit too much like Graham's. For all I know, Sanjar's playing... So no. In another life, maybe that could have worked. Gonna need to buy myself an entire Rizzo plant after all this. What? Sorry. Long day.
The gunship. All right. The gunship. Mount its guns to our walls or the walls of Stellar Bay. The board is coming, Captain, and these weapons will defend us from their blasphemies. I have faith in my people, Captain.
Any luck bringing the iconoclast to the bar? I don't like the idea that they'll be trying for... Well, aren't you unpredictable? It lends you a certain air of mystery. It's quite magnetic.
I wouldn't get excited just yet, sir. It looks like the iconoclasts followed you. I have word they're gathering in the ruins outside of town.
I'm afraid we've got to fight them. They'd knock our walls down trying to get that module. It looks like this means... war.
She's right, sir.
Well, I'll lock the south gate to keep them out. You'll have...
This way! We need to push through and take that bridge!
Something's not right. Here they come.
May the law have mercy on you. I won't.
To shreds, you say?
We're destined to prevail.
Huh? Who's there? Huh? Incoming!
I smite you in the name of the law.
Hey, Max. What does your religion say happens to us after we die?
The body returns to the universe from whence it came. I'm sure you've seen a corpse in the various stages of decay.
Why do we exist in the first place, then? What the hell's the point?
Our lives contribute to the betterment of the human race. Everyone has a part to play for the greater advancement.
I ain't got a part. Life ain't a damn cereal.
You helped people survive the Monarch evacuation, did you not? Perhaps one of them will go on to unlock godhood for the human race.
Well, if they do, I hope they remember who pulled them from the jaws of raptidons.
You're back. And in what?
We did indeed, sir.
I can't believe it! Not that I'm really surprised, but... well, maybe a little. You did it! I mean, we did it!
Between our reinstatement on the board and the gain of this ship, we'll usher in a new age of prosperity for the people of Monarch.
That's a hefty promise. You've got Monarch's hopes up, Sanjar. Don't go messing this up like our last overlords did.
And perhaps in time, I can use my position on the board to turn things around for the rest of Halcyon. You really mean that? That's the nicest... Celia, put that down in today's minutes.
Already done, sir.
Anyhow, thank you. And good luck to you. What can I do for you?
Captain, I hope you made the right decision by siding with MSI. Destination reached. Scylla.
We gotta talk about this. Hey boss, got a hypothetical for you? You got a friend, see? 5 years go by, they send you a guy by the name of Clyde Harlow. He was an old friend of mine. I just heard from him. Says he wants to talk to me. Figured I should let you know, seeing as we're on Scylla and all. Clyde's got a bait. I appreciate this, boss. I know you're going out of your way for me.
System.
Make this quick!
The last of them.
Won't do this all day from me.
What have the solar winds deposited on my doorstep now? Just more dirt and debris? Or do you actually believe you are here seeking the truth? I must admit, I tire of the truth seekers. Mayhaps you're here to rob me? That would be so much more exciting.
We've been told this was once yours. I believe the knowledge within here contains the answers I seek. Answers that will free men's minds from toil.
I can translate it, but it won't do you any good. I can see you are a man in a hurry, and the insights in that book would take you years of study to fully comprehend.
I have spent my life in contemplation. I believe my mind is prepared to receive the truth.
There is one way that can speed up the process. It involves a combination of several ingredients, some of which can be fatal. It is not for the faint of heart or the unprepared. And I believe he may be right. There is both violence and peace warring.
I'm committed, no matter the...
No matter the cost. It's just drugs, Max.
All right. Head on into the meditation room and partake of the sacramental incense. It's waiting on the table when you're ready to begin.
Maximilian, why are you still doing this? You've been fighting against the world since before you left home. Haven't you figured out yet that the more you fight, the more pain you cause yourself?
Mother, you're dead. You can't be here. I knew this was too good to be true. These are just cheap hallucinogens that have... What's happening to my voice? Does my voice sound weird to you? And what's wrong with your face?
What's wrong, Max? Can't think straight? Now you know how I feel. Wait, forget I said that.
We are obviously the victims of a tasteless joke being perpetuated... perpetrated? I mean, we're being made fools of, aren't we? When I get out of here, I'm going to show that hermit what you get for messing with me.
Maximilian, always ready to give up, to lash out, always searching for answers, but always in the wrong place, never looking inside himself.
You look inside yourself all the time, Max. Or with your head buried up your posterior.
And platitudes from a figment of my imagination, no less.
Who said I wasn't a figment of your mind? But you know the truth. You don't need someone else to tell you. You've always known it. Everyone knows it. They just won't see it. We're overwhelmed with stories from our earliest days. The stories others tell us, and the stories we tell ourselves. These stories are how we try to make sense of our lives, but they are not real, are they? They're just stories. You need to drop your story and see the truth.
I got your story right here.
I'm Vicar Max. I'm uptight. I love the church, and I'm a stooge for the board. And I don't understand that Felix is a genius. You want me to give up my discipline? My control? But I can't. Without order, there is chaos.
You need to love the chaos, Maximilian. Let it envelop you. Take you where it will. Besides, you really have no choice anyway.
No, that's not true. The basis of everything is order.
No, it didn't. I made myself happy. There's nothing
This whole thing, it's... You couldn't be more right. Hello, Max. What? Not really. I'm who you think you are. I am disciplined, controlled. Why? What?
Yeah, Max. Why do...
Is it wrong to try to be a gooder, better person? But that's not what you're doing, is it? You're desperately trying to find a story to organize reality in your head. A story to control everything. A new story of the happy you, the contented you. That's not... It can't be right. I've only... How? By removing the need to make any decision. To have your obsession allowed you to avoid the real question. Max! Me! The concept of map by the architect. Architect? How could I have believed in an architect? We exist inside our thoughts, thinking we're... It's all... Well... I see you're back with us. Feared we lost you there. Never seen anyone pass. I woke up. The illusions in a way. Perhaps it's more accurate to say I was asking the wrong questions. Of course there is pain and loss, but the suffering is caused by trying... I am content.
Some crew members are causing a disturbance on the ship.
You're adjusting before you pull. You're anticipating it.
Of course I'm anticipating it. What if I shoot a friend on accident?
That's on account of your stance. You want to lean into it. And break... Work with it. You're in control here, Parvati, not the gun. Don't let a hunk of metal jerk you around. You've been around...
Hey, Captain?
I was thinking about what you said before. I think I'm ready to stop fretting and fussing, and I'm thinking of doing it here. On the... Oh gosh, do you think so? I just figured, you know, there's nowhere... I was kind of hoping you'd offer. The thing is, I can't ask her over like this. Smell like sweat most days, and, well, don't look too close at my fingernails. I was thinking... Oh, that nice older lady in the rest and go, Miss Gladys? She seemed to know lots of things. Maybe she knows where to find fancy soap. I mean, only if you're not busy. Anyhow.
Hey, Cap. Parvati showed me how to properly grease the magazine release on... Opal was quiet in the same way. She'd hang back, out of sight. Shit. Look at me I will.
Captain, if you're looking for crew members Ellie or Felix, they're sharing a drink upstairs.
You ever notice how our crew's a lot like that crime family from The Masked Marketeer?
Then Nyoka is...
You remember Kneecaps? Big square-looking What's on your mind? Yeah, sure. That's what I don't know. Clyde. He was a... Clyde wasn't an idiot. But when the
Destination reached. The Groundbreaker. This is Halcyon New.
Rizzo's mock apple cider. A hard cider for a hard life.
I'm gonna be able to set foot on a whole other planet. I know Monarch's a move.
Have you had a moment to look into that little opportunity? You don't hurry up. I think I got just the thing, my dear. A few years back. High-grade shampoo and conditioner.
What?
Cleaning around your nails, sweetheart. Most folk don't got the time. Or bathtubs for such, me included. I'll let you have one on clearance.
Oh, gosh. We never talked about what kind of smells she likes.
It comes down to what sort of intent you got. If I was looking to do a... Now, if I was a young thing trying to come on all precious-like, I'd probably go with rosish.
I guess...
Take your time, dear.
Like grit and grime covered over with cleaner, you mean? Well, that's a smell that means we're really going places.
I'll just wrap that up for you, since it's for...
I'll pay for that, ma'am. Thanks for being so helpful.
You're welcome. Anytime, sweetheart.
Groundbreaker's safe from melting to bits now. Lots of good people can rest easy. Oh, thanks, Captain. I'm gonna put these someplace. In her messages, Junlei said her mama used to make this dish for Monarch. And then for dessert, there's a thing called, there's gotta be some place in Stellar Bay that can bake a casserole. And I heard tell there's a Rizzo's town near there called Cascade. Thanks, Captain. I know I'm asking an awful lot, but I'm...
Rizzo's purple crunch. You want a crunch? We've got your crunch right here.
Crew members Ellie and Max are engaged in a heated discussion in the kitchen.
Max. Maximilian. Vicar. Vicky.
Yes?
Aw, this is no fun anymore.
Welcome back, Captain. How can... The unit is a cleaning SAM. Hawthorne brought it on board some cycles. Alex likely recorded progress notes detailing his efforts to modify SAM. If you check the terminal in your captain's quarters, we may be able to determine... I'll be here. We are now in orbit above Stellar Bay, Captain. No blockade is a match for my piloting skills.
Find cover, Captain!
I wonder sometimes what they're doing on other colonies.
Uh-huh.
Incoming! One's mine! Nothing like a good tussle.
Aren't those cakes just about the cutest little things you ever seen?
Something
Here they come!
Right, you!
That's how it's done, Captain.
You ever been off Monarch, Nyoka? Before you met the captain, I mean.
Nah, I mostly just drank and hunted. Soon as you stop to dream of other things, that'll be the day something sneaks up and eats you.
Don't fret, I'm watching your back now. Anything tries to eat us, I'll give it a...
Whoa, by the stars, my poor heart. Most people... Besides... Only every day. But in case you... And even if I did scrape together enough to buy passage out with sublight, which would... Well, thank you for reminding... That was a real popular meal 10, 20 years back. Before... These days, everybody's had a belly full of salt tuna. They all want borscht. And the mushrooms, well, not many venture...
I can whip one up for you. But it...
Oh, yikes.
You got it. I got all the ingredients. Should only take about an hour in the oven. There we are. Now, if you don't mind, I really need to take a leak.
My belly's gurgling just to smell it, but...
A pleasure.
Oh, gosh. My tum's rumbling just... The dustback casserole Mr. Raymond made smells incredible. Oh, I kind of want to take... Now look how cute these cakes from Cascadia are. I guess that settles dinner. Thanks for... Well, I was gonna, but then I got this nice meal all planned out with music, and I got that soap to scrub... I'm fine for overhaul. There's this place I heard of in Byzantium. Joliker's Haberdashery. Well, not today, no, but... I know this is all a little crazy, Captain. I saw the lady who runs it on Aetherwave, and... Well, she made everybody she... Thanks, Captain. I know I've been asking a lot.
Crew members Ellie and Max are engaged in a heated discussion in the kitchen. We are now in orbit above Edgewater, Captain.
I'd wager this is the outpost. Rebecca! Anders! Come on out!
and easy.
What?
True professionals.
Hey, take a gander. The door's busted. Rebecca? Anders? You in there? Huh. Rebecca taught me this once. You can jerry-rig, but we've only ever done that if we're... Oh no. Oh no. What did you do?
Uh-oh. This looks bad.
At least I know. Ought to have learned by now that getting one's hopes up tends to open them to being dashed across the stars. Only thing left is to take these medallions home, which means figuring out how to bait the mana queen out of our old... The most pissed off I've ever seen a queen was when a foreign species was on her soil. I'd wager the stench of a prime... No, we need a plan. You may be a capable sort, but so are my friends. I ain't making that mistake. I've never had the pleasure of hunting primals, but I hear they're all over Scylla. Let's tear a few apart, shall we? They were... That bitch! They were all set to abandon us! What would Clara say, huh? Every day she'd ask if we heard from you. And she'd have forgiven you. The kid had a soul that made the sulfur smell like roses. Ugh. Or to leave your medallions to rot with you, but Clara would want to be buried with her sister.
Destination reached. Scylla.
Who's ready for more?
Halt.
Make him regret it.
That queen ain't gonna go down easy. What's up? What's with the... You wanna know... Yeah, at first we all thought it was about damn time. Then it got uglier than a... In fairness, there wasn't a right answer. There wasn't a protocol for get the hell off this planet. Or if there was, nobody followed it. Everything that could have gone wrong did. Townships were promised evac shuttles that never came. Overland routes were attacked by marauders and supplies went missing. Our equipment started corroding on account of the sulfur in the air. They don't go to sleep at night with a morbid understanding that a rapt might eat them while they sleep. Maybe their bosses don't have the right priority. Don't be naive, Captain. We'd still be on Earth if the corporations had... Progress requires structure. Nobody... Anytime, Cap... What's up? Outstanding. These ought to be... There's an old base I used to call home. I can get us in the door, but we'll have to shoot our way through the Queen's brood to get to the center. Password to the door is Charon. Hayes' idea. Clara, Hayes, Anders, Rebecca. Rest of us just thought it sounded cool, so... Fuck it.
I believe I hear Felix and Parvati discussing the latest Aetherwave serial. We are now in orbit above Stellar Bay, Captain. No blockade is a match for my piloting skills.
That's the last of him.
Whew, here we go. I haven't set foot in here since... Well, this is the spot. You know, I thought I'd be angry. I thought I'd storm in here in a rage and exterminate all these bugs and everything would be all right in the end. But I ain't. I'm mostly just empty. A little sad, maybe. The first night Hayes and I spent in here, we knew it was home. It's safe. It's got a nice chill to it. But mostly, it doesn't stink of sulfur. Monarch folks often joke about it. Not because of the smell or the grittiness it leaves in your throat. Not because of the headaches or the coughing. It's because there's no escaping it. It's life here, and there ain't anything you can do about it. But here, somehow the sulfur never made it. The nights we spent in here felt like vacations. So we started building. We hauled in steel, hired sublight folk to help. That's how we met Anders and Opal. They stuck around after our contract was up. Opal liked camping. Anders liked chasing her tail. 4 of us for a while, scraping together what bits we could to build our home. Then came Rebecca, a sawbones out of the Cascadia survivors, who took a kindness to Hayes. And Clara, her little sister. I'll admit I wasn't keen on taking her on at first, but for a teenager, she was surprisingly capable. More like attached at the hip to her older sister. Got a kind of strength between them, I suppose. She had a head for numbers, helped us trade hides for food and materials, negotiated contracts. Turned out to be mighty useful. Clara, Hayes, Anders, Rebecca, Opal, and me. 6 folks, 1 name, 1 family. Charon. Despite Monarch trying to kill us day in and day out, we managed to belong.
They're on us. My kind of action. Anyone else? I got another fighting me.
I wish these were more auspicious circumstances, but at least we're all here. This bringing them together, burying them. This is the kind of thing Hayes would have done. That makes it stupid. By all accounts, we should have left well enough alone, but that... Captain. You mind if we rest a spell before we head out? I'd like to bury Opal and Claire. What? Why? Huh. That ain't a...
Crew members Ellie and Max are engaged in a heated discussion in the kitchen. We're now in orbit above Roseway, Captain.
Can we talk?
This Roseway business, something tells me things didn't end well for the guy who made the distress call. And whoever or whatever... What's there to know, Captain? Shady corporate town caught up in shady corporate shit. Tough luck for them, but... If you say so, I'm keeping it... Anyway, we might as well take a look out there, see if we can get... No security. Not that I'm complaining. These are wrapped bites. What the hell are wraps doing on Terra 2?
Clear the roadway. Obstruction of commerce is punishable by a fine of no less than 10,000 bits.
For the sake of my own faith in my fellow man, I hope to the void these folk weren't so stupid as to bring raptidons here themselves.
I done had enough of this shit. I'm just the fucking tarmac guard. No one said nothing about fighting no raps. Alarms went off, raps broke loose, and I hightailed it in here to get a wall between me and them beasts. Scientist, name of Anton Crane. Someone said he's panicking inside the comm center. Forget I said anything about that. Distress call? From here? Shit. They told me that weren't allowed. Got me. I just do what I'm told, and I was told not to do such. Oh, before I forget. Auntie Cleo's makes the best pharmaceuticals in Halcyon. Better than nature. Not like that crap Spacer's Choice peddles.
Ah, outlaws, I assume. Do me a favor and let me finish this, will you?
Aren't you with the brutes that attacked our lab? Aren't you here to pillage our supplies and leave our Oh! I forgot the carpet. What does it look like? I'm preparing a personal...
Certainly not. But Porter and his goons are busy with the outlaws, and Anton's busy holding his head in his hands.
No.
I left schematics in our storage facility. As far as I know, the security commander hasn't found the...
Say, you wouldn't happen to have a... blast? Well, good luck.
If you've come to end my life, let's be on with it. Yes. Anton Crane, lead scientist here. I must apologize if my call diverted you. I may have panicked. I'm not at liberty to discuss the nature of the work I'm doing here. Suffice it to say that it's important. My research may not quite fall within legal parameters, so I'm under orders to maintain wireless silence. However, having your head... I cut the call immediately once I'd gathered my wits. We're expendable resources to be neglected. May strike you as such, but nothing less than what we signed on for. Perhaps, if you can prove yourself worthy of trust, the fact that you're here now has me... Hours ago, a group of vicious malcontents fell upon us, shot up our labs and loosed our research. If those cretins get their hands on my research, well... You have a point there. It most decidedly cannot make the situation any worse. One cannot exaggerate the benefits of good dental hygiene. While doing research on enzymes specific to the Raptidon's digestive system, we developed an additive which we subsequently... Not just any diet toothpaste. Yes, but don't kill their mother if it's avoidable. We've need of her to replenish our stocks. I think there's... The research is in the safe in my office. The lab's entrance is in the side of a hill. You can't miss it if you just follow the road. You'll pass by the... My protege. I sent him to retrieve... That would surely lighten the weight on my conscience, as I am held to... Too many have been lost. Too many black marks against my name, as it were. Of course they do. Please don't mistake my ambition for callousness. It's just that their constant complaining can begin to wear. They refuse to see the opportunity afforded us here. It's infuriating.
"50-bit says this guy's already rat fodder."
You picked a hell of a day to visit. I'm Vaughn Cortez. Dr. Vaughn Cortez. Over in the main labs. I rabbited back here when I realized I was hearing... We've been cooped up in here I don't know, hours? Too long. Dr. Crane might say otherwise. Me? When those guys started shooting, I had to leave an experiment running at the lab. Something I've been working on a long while. I've been extracting organic compounds from raptidons. Compounds that have, benefits.
From raptidons?
In certain social situations. Personal
Oh, he's making enraptured, Captain. An aphrodisiac.
What? No? I mean, yes, I'm getting the musk. With Monarch embargo, Sure. Of course. Our lab's south of here, down the road. Not the old public lab. My equipment's in the lower levels, way in the back. I have a big room all to myself. Dissection tables and whatnot. It should have been running this whole time. Just grab the results and... No, I mean... Eh. Great!
So, hoping to score some free samples?
You're underestimating the importance of the 8th back.
Blankenship, she's okay. But Lunsford has the highest rate of foot goals per game. I got 500 bits on the Darlings taking the finals this year.
The stats are...
I've stayed in worse. Let's show him.
Careful. If these morons are dumb enough to crash their own ship, they just might be dumb enough to try and steal yours.
Come out.
Their mistake.
Everyone all right?
Out they go. Make him regret it.
Incoming!
Keep this up and I won't have any new battle scars.
They're in my sights!
Huh?
You hide. Nailed him, Captain!
Here we go. Nothing like a good tussle. Incoming! Damn, but we're good.
Makes you wonder about their labs.
blow through this wall? Why? There are doors? We have doors for a reason, you uncivilized assholes!
Unexpected.
Oh, nice one! Nice one!
Take your best shot, asshole!
Nailed it, Cap.
You got him!
Hollering like that. He's just gonna draw the raps to him.
How the... Wait, I know you. No, not... I care about the front door. This is an egregious breach of protocol. Can't use the centrifuge without supervision. Can't file reports without him double-checking their every word. Can't save myself from mortal peril. It's like he thinks I'm a child. His hands on... Please. That man doesn't have an altruistic bone in his body. I'd wager my last bit that if you brought back the precursors and left me for... What? No.
Someone else will clean this up, right?
The ventilation shaft runs from the bottom.
Please tell me you've recovered my research. Without my... That is wonderful news. I'd feared the... Of course they do. Please don't mistake my ambition for
Organic materials detected on roadway. Please ensure mechanisms are free of gristle.
Like true professionals. They got the drop on us. This is how you hide something valuable in plain sight. Here we go! Down they go! The last of them. Take your best shot, asshole! They won't try that again.
Oh, hello. What a Anton would have just given them to Porter without a second thought. Sadly true. Contraband does tend to... So be it. I'll buy... Much obliged. Here are your bids. Now, let's see here. Attach this, twist that. Voila! I can finally call this little side... Oh. I can't be caught with this. You take it. If R&D buys the schematics from me...
Nothing like the open air, Captain. My lungs are burning. I've got blisters on my toes and aches in my calves. This.
They're on us. Reel them, Captain! That does it. Time for a drink?
Were I the sneaky, cunning type, this be the place I'd start.
After you. Reminds me of my first cabin on the Groundbreaker. 4 roommates, 1 bathroom. Doing that shot, Captain! Didn't even get our hands dirty.
What was that? What was that?
Make him regret it! Down they go! Hey! You! Over here!
You know, I'd been assuming this entire... That said, you ain't been eaten or shot to death yet. Says a lot about the stability of your future. So how's about this? You keep letting me stay on that ship of yours, and... Outstanding.
Reminds me of medical school.
Kill it.
Big mistake. Perfection.
Oh, good. You're not shooting at me. That's a start. It's been a bit of a day, so I'll get to the point. Yes, I have Crane's I suppose it does not matter. Let's make a deal. I'd like to go on living. You'd probably like to make some money. The first thing I need is a key card to unlock my door. There are 2 ways out. The quickest is through the front door, but Cleo security's bottled up in there. The other way out is through the loading bay, but you'd have to clear out the wraps for me. So you lied about not knowing Crane. We liberated that research. We did not... Semantics. If I were consigned to spending my days making diet toothpaste... It is my one bargaining chip. You might be the first stroke of luck I've had all day. Thank you. I'm in your debt. Nothing beyond the purview. You really expect me to just let them pass? Why? So they can regroup behind the... Never mind. I'm obviously in no position to argue. Take your time.
Oh, sweeping.
They got the drop off.
Sis searching.
Watch out!
You damn turncoat. We saw it. You must think me a fool. I was watching on this... I reckon we got nothing to say to... You got... You convinced her to let us leave in peace. Listing the ills... I gotta believe that all we done will mean something to the company. To Doc Crane. I let them walk. Doc Crane will be... I reckon I don't see any better... Here, my key card. Full stakes, people. We're heading back to town.
I would ask what was on your... I would ask what was on... No one asks why anymore. The establishment tells us to live... I am doing this because I can. Because it thrills me. Sell it, of course. I don't have any use for the scribblings of it, assuming I make it out of this place alive. And with my ship out of commission, I'll have to... I have been asking myself the same question. We were acting on a good tip, but the tip From the day we are born, we are made to obey. Corporations...
Just once, I'd like to meet a frazzled lab coat whose lab isn't a complete mess. How does he stay organized? How?
I would ask what was on...
Move along.
ready for more.
Easy.
Finally. I've never been so pleased. Please tell me you've cleared away. And now, if you... Oh, really? Your point is well taken. I would rather not spend the rest of my days looking... Here, take the damned research. Good. Orphans. Is that what you are calling yourself now?
You picked the wrong damn day. Damn right we left the lab. What's left there that's worth dying for?
You let them get away. Worthless. That no-account fool Porter and his crew are even more worthless than I could... My research? Please tell me you've recovered it. That's... You can't possibly understand the enormity of what you've done for me. And what, pray tell, is the status of our raptidons? That complicates the equation somewhat. No matter, I have the research. Excellent. If we're done here, I'd like to get back to work. You understand. Actually, there is something else. Yeah, there's something amiss here. It nags at me like a... By the architect, this could be a disaster. Why did I not realize? That would have been enough before, but you questioning my... All I cared about before was Byzantium. I believed getting there was everything, that my life would finally have meaning.
Doc Crane better get over himself.
Any news? On that thing we spoke about? You know, that thing? Don't keep me in suspense. Did you get my stuff? I mean, not mine. It's for other parties. Buyers. This is gonna make me so popular. I mean with the people who buy it, not by using it. Because I'm not. Take this. You earned it. If you run into me again after all this is over, pleasure doing business.
Crew members Ellie and Max are engaged in a heated discussion in the kitchen. The groundbreaker has approved our request for docking, Captain. You're free to disembark.
Spectrum vodka. Aftertaste the rainbow.
This is Halcyon.
If you're here for this week's magazine club... What's that? What'd you turn... Well, that's just... A shame you didn't visit old Gladys first. That would have... If Auntie Cleo's exporting wraps from Monarch... Bless your slippery little fingers. Isn't that just a shame? Darnation. It sounded like a gold mine, but maybe that's just my old... I suppose it can't be helped. Law bless you for doing the legwork, sweetie. What do you want, then? That's right, dearie. The only independent station in the colony. That's us. Though for how long, I can't say. Chief Junlei Tennyson. Used to be she was chief engineer before her mama passed, and she took... Hold on. You... Bit straight-laced for my tastes, but that's just... And between you and me, I think the fight started... The board can't abide a community, though...
Rizzo's no ground ball. A CCN 76 milk chocolate bar with caramel and pea green nutmeg. It's time for
Captain, if you're looking for crew members Ellie or Felix,
You ever notice how our crew's a lot like that crime family from The Masked Marketeer?
Oh, which one's the captain? Something on...
We're now in orbit above Roseway, Captain. I think I'll announce. Captain, Felix and the Vicar are arguing again.
Initiating initialization sequences. Greetings, customer! Would you like to... Registering new owner. SAM units live to clean.
Young Millstone, you look pensive.
I don't know what that means, but I've been thinking, it ain't easy carrying a torch for the Rangers.
I understand. The Rangers' victories are your victories. Their defeats are likewise crushing.
You serious? Wow, Max. Never expected you to understand.
Welcome back, Captain. How can I have lots of minutes. Many minutes. Unlimited minutes, perhaps. I require a captain to pilot the ship. Without an identified... As you may be aware, Captain Alex Hawthorne was a smuggler of some repute. I failed to predict the likely outcome of his reckless behavioral patterns. I should have predicted that. In our travels together, Alex liked to pass time by, as he called it, tinkering to improve my design. If you mean, was Captain Hawthorne my first? Yes, he was. We have successfully arrived at Phineas's orbital lab, Captain, and we are still in one piece. Shall I congratulate myself, or would you like to do the honors?
Hello? Can you hear me? Does this work? Oh, damn it! Blast, that's loud. I'm just securing my ongoing experiments. And securing myself. Mind the mess. I haven't had a visitor since... in fact, I've never had a visitor.
I'd clap you on the shoulder if I weren't behind a wall of bulletproof glass. I don't know how you did it, but Hiram Blythe just sent me everything I needed. According to Hiram's message, Minister Clark has ordered a suspicious amount of dimethyl sulfoxide. It's almost as if he's hoarding the colony's remaining supply. Typical elitist, hoarding supplies during a time of scarcity. Once I have those chemicals, we can revive the Hope's colonists and put some decent people in charge. So, good news. You're going to Byzantium and stealing those chemicals. Exciting. If I had time and several blackboards, I could explain the details to you, but to put it briefly, dimethyl sulfoxide is the reason you're alive today. The chemical is absolutely essential to reviving the Hope's colonists. I need you to steal as much as you possibly can. The more, the better. If you don't bring me enough chemicals, I might not be able to save the Hope's colonists, and then nothing will stop the board from destroying this colony. Ah, yes, the details. I'm not about to ask you to rampage through Byzantium trading bullets. Carmen Imagawa. She's my contact in Byzantium. Meet her at... I'm giving you my old nav key to Byzantium. You'll need... Remember, you're looking for dimethyl sulfoxide. Big... You can trust her if that's what you're asking. Imagawa is the finest special agent in Byzantium that money can buy. I hope you're not thinking of ingratiating yourself with the board. They might tempt you with promises of wealth, but don't... What's on your mind? Oh, it's not you. I do experiments in that room. Some of them get quite scientific. Regardless, it's quite comfortable in here, you know. I have my beans, have my caffeinoids, plenty of... No, and I've been trying very hard to...
Hey there. I'd shake your hand.
Wait, not another word. I don't want to know your name. I don't want to know who you are. Let's just... Why don't you just invite the entire colony to my secret, carefully Oh, very well. I can be a little cantankerous. For what it's worth, I am pleased that you found a crew. You're a natural leader, after all. Law knows Halcyon's in need of real... Yes, indeed. Well done. Also, you still haven't spontaneously liquefied. What's on your...
A reminder to all crew members, there is only one toilet on the ship. We are now in orbit above Byzantium, Captain. I understand we have decided to continue supporting the
I've
outlaw
done plenty of
scientist,
smuggling runs,
Dr.
but
Phineas
this
Wells.
thing with the chemicals is bold. Since we're in Byzantium, I haven't actually talked to my folks in a while. Anyway, it's probably about time I paid them a visit, given the dangerous... Whoa, let's calm down. I'm just suggesting we stop by. See, I'm originally from Byzantium. Yeah. Reconnect, and I was thinking you'd come too. Because it would be fun. It's, well, they know me as Marilyn the Sir. But you're authentic rabble. True riffraff when they see. I only wish I could pull it. Great. And when we get there, if you've got an outfit you haven't washed in a while, maybe one with... You're the boss. Anything? I sure hope you negotiate. Ever notice how this job gets bigger and more dangerous every time? Makes me... Fair enough. But you should know, the board's put a bounty on his head. And I've got no love for the corporation. Don't think of it as being a lackey. Think of it as doing a job and getting paid. I know you want to save the day, but don't forget to look after. Don't mention it, just speaking anything. It's like one of those stuffy art gallery pieces. Looks okay from far off, but once you get close, even the bribes. The real question is, why didn't I leave sooner? There's all these invisible rules, and everyone spends... That's what I said. I'll take stale cigars and rationed showers. I was a top-tier surgeon, but I could hardly open a pack of gauze without... Now you see why I left. People call Byzantium the jewel of Halcyon. Everything's polished and bureaucracy. Take a close look and you'll... That's what...
Do you mind? I'm meeting someone. Oh. You mean I'm supposed to be meeting you? Yeah, you're looking to make contact with Minister... Magpie, right? I should warn you, it won't be easy. He spends most of his time in his estate. Whoa, I'm not one of your B&Es, but... Some of the guards hang around Billingsley's House of Inebriation between shifts.
That place is still open? I used to study there during medical school.
Maybe you could do some reconnaissance there. You know, swipe a key while nobody's looking. Just remember? Afraid not. He almost never leaves his home and...
Can't say I blame him. It's scary out of doors. I mean, can you even count how many times...
What work specialists, huh? Our mutual friend is I've always been fascinated by birds. Have you ever researched Earth species?
Here we got 11 flavors of terror rays and not much else. That kind of variety? I mean, gosh. Seems almost impossible.
The other thing about birds, though, is their environmental indicator. Exactly. I started thinking about everything we see around Halcyon, and all the things we don't see. For starters, you rarely come across anyone living in Byzantium who wasn't born here, even though we get ships in all the time.
Trust me, anyone with a lick of sense gets out of here as soon as possible.
But most people don't. In fact, most people stay exactly where they start. Doesn't that seem strange to you? And then there's the way nothing gets fixed. There used to be a suggestion box around here. People would drop ideas in. Nothing ever... Sure, that part is. That's why they install shredders in those boxes after all. But one day the shredder broke. No one came to fix it. And since it wasn't working, we didn't have anywhere to file our complaints. So you can imagine...
I bet your repair folks couldn't find parts. Back in Edgewater, I'd have to take something...
Might have been the paperwork. Here, you have to append forms to your forms, and law help you. At first, management put up an out-of-order sign, but that just seemed to worry people. Like they were advertising something wasn't working. They eventually took the whole suggestion box sign down so that people... But they never fixed it, never replaced it. Except that's not how they go. At least that's not how they're... The whole episode made me wonder. If they can't fix something as simple as a suggestion box, what else aren't they fixing? After a while, I got connected with our mutual friend and started using...
Why can't something exciting happen around here for once?
Nothing wrong with stability. It means everything's running right.
Hey, you. Yeah, you. Want to be famous? Kid, you got presents. There's those street smarts. Next time, we'll have you say that over the rim of a Trippa Stout. Listen, you got an 8? Fresh, natural talent. Listen, you got a real special quality. I'm making a feature, Space Pirates of Moros Prime. It's gonna be a hit. Already got an entourage, huh? Waiting. So what do you say? You...
Anti-Cleo's antibiotics.
According to local legend, if you walk around the orrery 3 times, your corporate rival will die of a paper cut.
You think I'd get arrested if I climbed up on that to get a look at the gearings?
Nah, probably just shot.
BNP, I can't believe it's not for. It's unbelievable how good it is.
I've always loved that structure.
You, with the hips. Over here. Let me take a closer look at you. Don't speak. The way you rest your weight against your hip suggests a certain rugged... You're not afraid of speaking your mind, you... I'm Celeste Jolicoeur, and you... I'm an artist, darling, not a tweed merchant. I'm working on a new line of clothing that will shock this city to its core, and When I look at you, I see the very... Making an outfit worthy of you won't be easy. Marvelous! You and I are gonna wake this... What I need is a survey of the outside world. Also... My dear, fashion is a performance. I'll need you to model for me the following. The apparel of an iconoclast. The art... And when I say spacer gear, I mean an outfit worn by real spacers. None of that... You have the bearing and demeanor of a... I expect... If I were an enterprising space... I don't know, I've never seen a Maroc. Bizet...
You don't gotta be so forward about my
Let me get a good look at you. My word. Such
I am no such thing, ma'am.
Nonsense, you're absolutely lovely. Chin up now. Let me do a back-of-the-envelope calculation. Love? That's the ultimate luxury, darling.
I don't get why that's funny, ma'am.
Oh, my cherub. All right, Captain. There are some things I simply cannot skimp on, darling. Now stand back. Back! I'll enter the settings and get... And there we are, my darling girl. I wish you a...
What? Oh, no, ma'am. All them eyes there?
I wish you weren't so shy, my Violet. You truly are beautiful. I hope...
Oh, can you believe this outfit? It's so handsome, I'm almost afraid to touch it. You know, there's a part Junlei's been looking for. To fix up the air cyclers? They'll... I know. For a while, it felt like everything I did was a little bit of help. Next time we dock with Groundbreaker, I'm doing it. I'll send June a message and... Oh, this is real scary, Captain.
I love Byzantium.
Have you tried our new cocktail sponsored by Rizzo's?
One part.
Do you know Celeste Joliker?
Remember that strange place?
Is Mayfield still drinking?
Citizens, today marks a monumentous occasion in the course of Halcyon history. After a deep and thorough examination of our budgets, revenue streams, and predicted models, we are publishing our yearly success report. Profits are soaring, promotions abound. Continue onward. Halcyon is healthier and more productive than ever.
I've always
In the coming months, Byzantium will be sure to see the many rewards reaped from more diligent labor. Once we nail down the details, I can't wait to share what's in store.
You wretched contraption! I'm on my legally allotted break. Really, I'm supposed to be here. Oh. Nothing. Nothing. Laws, I knew it! I work in the lab at the Ministry of Accuracy and Morale. Maybe I let them out more often than regulation. And so what if I occasionally forgot to latch their cage? They escaped. And before... Even if I did dare go down there... Really? They have intelligent eyes, an agreeable yet reserved demeanor, and a fondness. Please, do take care, and do mind the exterminator mechanicals. If the worst... Well, to maintain things, of course. Like big, humming machine things. And pipes. Water pipes. Air pipe. Everyone knows sewer sprats carry diseases. And the exterminator mechanicals have been known to find... Why they'd do that when they're only supposed to attack sprats? Some people say there are strange things in those tunnels. Monsters hungry for human flesh. A hidden bureaucratic purgatory where Not that I place any stock in...
I'm afraid I can't come down anymore, my good man. I'd have to request a counter waiver, and you know how dreadful the...
Some crew members are...
Now, hold on. What happens if we hit the wall?
Most likely, the bullet will ricochet, which could be...
I swear, next time we put into groundbreak... Oh. Oh, you mean Sam? He's just this... You should try talking to him. You'll see.
We've arrived at the groundbreaker.
All right. Oh, my hands have finally stopped shaking.
What a mess! What a mess!
Anyhow, so I told him, Dad, I'm a big girl now. I ain't need your help. I can do it on my lonesome.
What did he say to that?
Have at it then. And he handed me his favorite wrench, the one he used for the canner. He was probably half as tall as I was.
He didn't scold you for talking back to him?
Nah, he was never like that. I always thought it was funny when I get indignant about something. Something you...
Captain, Felix and the vicar are arguing again.
Okay, Captain! I'm near about vibrating. So she got here, and after a few minutes she said, "Hey, do you have some new parts?" And I was like, "Nah, I used a new soap." And then she just sort of touched my arm real gentle-like and called the cut of my outfit elegant. Then I led her into the kitchen. I think she about cried when... She stood stock still and just said, "Oh, real soft." I told her how we got Mr. Raymond to bake it for us, so it was double authentic. Made by a real live... Well, we talked a bunch over dinner about the things we learned just through messages, stuff we repaired, how I taught her to salvage and she taught me to build. When I brung out the sweetheart cakes, June, she got a little teary, said she... But I stopped her because I wanted to say it first. One of us has got to be. We're both... June's so reserved and I'm so shy. I told her about how she made me feel. Bold like I acted, strong, smarter and kind. And then she pulled out a paper and read a speech. She talked about... Anyhow, when she wrapped up, I asked her to be my girlfriend. We talked about it some. I told her I wasn't sure how it'd work, She said we'll take it as it comes. Fix things together. Share meals, talk. Maybe she could rub my shoulders when they're sore. I said I might like that. You got an eye for people, Captain. It's all on your account, you know. Imagine if you'd never taken me out of it. I don't know nothing about the Vicar's capital P plan, but... So, if you don't mind, I'm just gonna head to my cabin and...
We are now in orbit above Byzantium, Captain. Remember that you are not insured.
new ship. Doesn't look like any of the corporate freight.
Try anti-clear. It's better than nature.
I knew you'd be back. So what do you say? Are you ready to be a... Terrific. We're holding auditions at the studio. Head to
The dissonance actually...
Spacer's choice of Termina. For life.
My dear fellow, you've no idea how our production has suffered. Why, the loafers working on factory lines are practically...
Rizzo's purple-berry fudge. A salt flour candy shell around the
All right, how does this sound? Oh, I'm sorry. You take real good care of your pistol, Dr. Fenhill.
I oughta. It's kept me alive this long.
I mean, you treat it nice. Makes me happy to see, because I feel the same way about my wrench.
Look, it's a tool that does a job. Feelings got nothing to do with it.
Is it me, or could each of these homes fit all of Edgewater inside?
There's my parents' place. Smell that?
Marilyn, is that you?
Lars, we certainly didn't expect to see you like this.
And I didn't expect you to renew your marriage contract. But we're all full of surprises today, aren't we? Speaking of surprises, you should meet my new friend. We've been running around the system for a while now, stirring up all sorts of trouble. Play the ruffian angle some more. You're supposed to help me make an impression. Anyway, you're probably wondering where I've been all this time.
Not exactly.
The last few years have been a bloody haze. You wouldn't believe the messes we've gotten ourselves into. Right? Come on, try to get into it a little more.
Marilyn, this really isn't the best time. Perhaps you should go.
You tell him. We'll stay as long as we like. And while we're at it, we'll drink your expensive hooch, wear our outside shoes all over your nice floors. She's right. Since when can you afford authentic Terran marble?
That's what we've been trying to tell you, dear, but you must understand, we hadn't heard from you in ages.
We thought you were dead.
I'm not dead. I just never wanted to talk to you again.
I'm afraid the distinction was lost on us, darling.
We only did what any grieving parents in our position would do. We collected on your life insurance policy.
And the payouts have been rather, substantial.
You what?
Of course. And we shall always harbor that joyful secret deep within our hearts.
And you'll report it to the insurance company, right?
It's not that simple. For one thing, we'd have to cut back on so many necessities. The neighbors would be sure to notice.
Damn right, Captain. Fine. I'm gone. Forever this time. Let's talk outside. Captain, got a minute? Can you believe those two? We'd hardly been there a minute and they turned us out like yesterday's garbage. I thought they'd be scandalized. They'd both be sitting there watching one of their vapid aetherwave drama. Mother would drop her mock apple cider and the glass would shatter all over their overpriced marble. Father would tear off his glass. I know. I just didn't want to get booted out of the house I grew up in like that. It's embarrassing. I'd love to know how you'd describe getting kneecapped. But I want to talk about me now. Unless you mean the kind who'll look out for you to blink so they could swipe your bits. The galaxy's not exactly crawling with those. Anyway, I don't want to sift through this lousy experience for meaningful life lessons. I'm mad, and I want to do something about it. Something like... Wait a second. What if I could get that money? Want to bet? I've got some big appetites, and they're all cheap. Let's look at this as an advance on my dying eventually. Besides, if anyone deserves to, I could open a new account, designate that account holder as a sole beneficiary. I'll make money without doing a thing. My policy is with the Greater Halcyon Insurance Group. Maybe you could use some of your people skills. If that doesn't work, I'm sure we can find one of their terminals and do it ourselves.
You sure have seen a lot of the colony, huh, Dr. Fenhill?
Ellie. And sure, but most of it looks the same from inside a ship.
Sorry, Dr. Ellie. Still, though, don't you find it thrilling? Being in space?
Look, it's just Ellie.
I tell you what.
Spacer's choice. It's not the best choice, it's the spacer's choice.
I guess we're going to Fallbrook.
If I spit, think I can hit that mechanical down there?
You'll get...
I believe I hear Felix and Parvati discussing the latest Aetherwave serial. We're now in orbit above Stellar Bay, Captain.
You seen Arthur today?
This looks like the place. Ready to get my money or what?
Welcome to the offices of the Greater Halcyon Insurance Group. I'm obligated to inform you that our coverage does not extend to incidents deemed to... Some people, but no one in this office, I assure you.
It's like they say, there's no...
So, what kind of insurance package can I interest you in? We're running a special on I remember that one. That's the young socialite who broke her neck, right?
Of course no one remembers me for the marauders I've killed or the bits I've stolen.
That claim was airtight. Our best investigators couldn't find...
Are you serious?
Well, we interviewed the parents extensively. They had plenty of awkward childhood...
Hey, those are entirely made up.
Furthermore, the claim spurred a whole line of fashion-related policies. It's because... You can't, of course. Only Miss Fenhill can assign her beneficiaries. If we let every friend, relative, and acquaintance change a policy like that, people would do it all the time. Oh, you mean hypothetically? Well, hypothetically, you'd access the terminal in the back room. And you'd theoretically... But you wouldn't actually do that, of course. That would be fraud. I'm forbidden from accepting bribes. The employee handbook doesn't say anything about that. I'll need the name of the new
Ellie Fenhill?
If you say so. The payouts will flow exclusively into the new account at the start. I hope Ms. Fenhill enjoys her newfound prosperity.
You really did it. Give the... I've never been prouder to stand back and watch someone else. I'm just glad my folks aren't gonna live off that awful story they made up. Maybe... Sure. You did my job, so here's your fee. Don't make it weird. Even you've got to be in it for the money now and then. You sure? Because my kind of friends will... You don't have... Still, maybe you've got a point. Maybe it's good to watch... So... You just keep the money. It's nothing personal. It's just the closest... Anyway, enough of the touchy...
Some crew members are causing a disturbance on the ship. We are now in orbit above Byzantium, Captain.
That episode from a few weeks ago? Spacer's Choice 2-hour interview. Watch out for hours.
You, sir,
I think we can both agree that Maverick Johnston is the final.
My cousin's in pictures. That business makes piracy look civil.
If you could just leave me back at the ship, I'm sure there's something ought to be fixing now.
Great! You made it! Listen, I know you're expecting a script, but you're the real deal. Just... We gave the other actors real weapons to keep things authentic. And 'cause Josh is paying to see their low... Don't think, kid. Just now go in there, find your mark, and show us what you got.
Well, well. Here to stop us at last, Captains. All of this settlement CNP Hungry Time food pills, same nutritional value, but now with added filler, are ours. With their patented stomach stuffing effects and baseline vitamin... They are? What an unexpected twist! You may have...
Can I shoot someone? Wait, are we the good guys or the bad? Doesn't matter. I want to shoot someone.
Do you remember the last time we faced each other? The Battle of Axejack, staring one another down across the void of space while flaming debris fell like rain around us. Hey, I didn't write this, just go with it. I had you surrounded and outgunned, but you overcame my superior numbers with tactical thinking and a Hammersmith limited edition grenade launcher. I've been waiting for 5 years now, and at last my day for vengeance has come. Yes, even you are powerless. I have this whole port wired with... Once we're away, I'll activate the gamma particulate field and the quantaponic chain... Speechless, I hope you've paid your burial fees and signed your personal death and dismemberment waivers. To the break room, everyone. I need my Moab visit.
Cut! That was interesting, kid. Real novel take. Let's take 5.
Whatever he offers you, ask for more.
There's my star. Walk and talk with me. Hey, listen, I appreciate what you tried there. Here, take this for making the trip down here. Don't call us. We'll call you.
I'll sue every technician and employee who's ever touched this damn thing.
They got the drop on me.
Here we go. So clean this up, right? Nice work.
Expensive.
Down they go.
Aw, I was hoping we could bring him home. You'd let me have a giant sprat, right, Captain? So long as I fed it?
any luck finding my sprats? Truly? Why, this is marvelous! Oh, dear, it looks like some of my darlings have suffered violent Thank you for your help. I'm afraid I can't spare much. Now, I've got to...
Oh, for the good old days when you could sit...
Nice thing about traveling with the captain, we meet all sorts of new people.
Sure. Best part is when they pay us.
We never really had new folks in Edgewater, except the captain. Kinda hard to make new friends when everyone's already decided they don't like you.
Could be a favor in disguise. A lot of people out here ain't that nice.
This property is off limits. Solicitors, loiterers, and this ultimatum brought to you... That's funny. The minister isn't expecting visitors, and you don't much look like one of those couriers from HPN. Minister Clark's a private man, and you're...
Dr. Ellie, you ever wonder if maybe we got some things in common?
This isn't another thing about wrenches and guns, is it?
Because you're a surgeon and I'm a mechanic. We both fix things, heal them up.
Hey! Stand back, you. Of course not. But, the others took me out to celebrate on account of me. He's basically the most important person in the colony. That means I got a key to the minister's estate. That's right. Not just anyone is allowed to have a key to minister. That's a great idea. I'll have a spectrum.
Captain, I can smell him from clear over here.
Sure have, cause...
He's got powerful good...
And a pop... You have a... Here's... Hey, you're really great. Wow, listen to me. I'm soaked. I should probably... Who am I kidding? It's not every day you get your dream job. Wow, you got like this crazy energy. Has any... Oh, Laws. I gotta stop. Oh, he's, medium. Everyone tells me he's... Oh.
What can I do for you? Then you'll want to speak with our auto-mechanical in...
Please allow me to improve your...
I really shouldn't...
Nonsense. You've got it.
Guess I can't argue with that. Yeah. Was that one supposed to taste? I don't feel so good.
I'm afraid I can't help you at the moment. Have a prosperous day.
Out with it, you wretched contraption! Does nothing. I'll sue every technician and...
You don't much like me, huh?
It's nothing personal. I'm just not the touchy-feely type.
It's just... You seem fine with the others. Did I do something to make you unhappy with me?
You gotta stop taking things so personal. You're setting your...
Oh!
The last of him.
What?
Their mistake.
Huh? What was that?
You just slaughtered those guards!
Oh, my law. Captain! Captain! That's the minister! Mr. Clark! Oh, wow!
So, this is one of the guys who runs the colony, huh? Small...
If this is about another Aetherwave clip or radio spot, you may kindly fuck off. Drugs, of course. What? I don't have any drugs.
He's got no idea what...
Will... Oh dear, I don't think I can... Of course. It's Rockwell again, who else? And I thought he was only... Chairman Rockwell. He's kept me under house arrest for years. I've long suspected him of...
You've been all alone in this house?
Please, this is important. Whatever it is that brought you here... After seeing this place, is it really a stretch? I've been confined to this house for years. Whatever Rockwell's doing, he'll be doing it from the HHC headquarters. Your best lead is to look for details.
This all feels off, Captain. Like when there's a storm coming, but everything...
Believe me, things have been off around here for a very...
We really gonna do this? Getting involved is a messy business.
This is about more than bits. This is about the survival of the colony. Why, this is starting to sound like an issue. Halcyon Holdings Corporation, the collect, allegedly in partnership with the Earth Directorate and appointed minister. I dearly hope I'm not imagining this. Now, we've got to get into the HHC. That's in the Acropolis District, along with the other major corporate and government facilities. but only board employees are allowed into the district. There's a heavily guarded... There might be a route through the maintenance tunnels, but I'm afraid I don't know specifics. When you reach the HHC building, this access card should get you up to the executive suites, where the chairman's office and what used to... Oh, I haven't been allowed up there in years. I shudder to think what... A gilded minibar, perhaps? A personal theater? A man... The board's lackeys are none too bright. I simply claimed I'd lost it and hid it somewhere no one would think to look. Wait! Rockwell has one of the only terminals capable of transmitting... Please, take this and transmit it from his office. Rockwell hasn't given me any messages from Earth for years. He's desperate to keep me out of contact, but they need to know what's happening. What isn't on... I've gathered meeting minutes, internal messages, sustainability reports, and more. Once the rest of the Earth Directorate sees it, they'll have to send...
You're awful trusting for a guy who's been lost.
The Earth Directorate is our best hope. Even Rockwell's resources are no match. Depending on the nature of their response, organizing and sending person... And now, I entrust it to you. Good luck.
Incoming! Bring him down!
Oh, there. That's one right there.
The Acropolis district is off limits.
You could have asked me, you know.
Sure. Did I say restricted area? Slip of the tongue. What I meant...
Captain, I stand out here like a big, greasy thumb.
Welcome to the official headquarters of the Halcyon Holdings Corporation Board. Today's greeting is brought to you by Auntie Cleo, a subsidiary of Colway Pharmaceuticals.
So what if those MSI suits made it on Monarch this whole time? I can do it. Easy. State your business. Please step away. This entry... Huh. I didn't realize we were still using those. I'll just need you to register your weapons with a revised request. Now, let's see. I was going to suggest... Look, You don't have time to wait on new forms, and I can't afford the citations for impeding HAC business. Just know there are a bunch of guards upstairs, and they're all high on dervish mist and low on patience.
Apologies for the wait. I was personal assistant to Adjutant Akande and Chairman Rockwell. I'm also responsible for organizing the adjutant's stationery, which is more of a hobby. Ah. Oh, you were being serious. Will there be anything else? Just a moment. Is there something I can do for you?
Just goes to show you never really see your hometown until you travel with a visitor.
Good afternoon. I'm Chairman Rockwell, and I'm here to address a serious issue facing us. As you all know, our colony has been successful beyond our wildest dreams. Unfortunately, we've recently discovered that our food supply will not be able to sustain Halcyon's population in the long term. Everyone will die. Everyone will slowly stop living from malnutrition. But we're doing it together, and that's what matters. I fucking swear, if someone doesn't give me something to read that will placate the masses soon, all of you will find yourselves violently unemployed. But I can assure you there's nothing to fear. We've got a solution. It's called the Lifetime Employment Program. We will freeze most of the colony to preserve resources, while the best and brightest of Byzantium continue living in prosperity. Look, you idiots! How many times do I have to tell you we can't say shit like that? Fire whoever wrote this! While Halcyon's brightest minds solve the problem of our nutritional shortage, the rest of the colony will be placed in suspended animation. Individuals will be revived on a rotating basis, so that every Halcyonite can be part of the important work of saving our colony. By testing paperweights. Sorry, couldn't resist. Let's go again. And someday, in the not-too-distant future when we've solved this crisis, we'll all be back together again working for the good of Halcyon. Until then, the board shall provide for the deserving just as it always has. So, obey your supervisors, take your vitamins, follow your corporate-mandated grooming rituals, and rest assured with the board on your side, there is nothing to worry about.
That was all a story, wasn't it? It's not real.
I don't know about you, but I'm all for living fast and dying young.
What? Oh dear. Thank you for...
Hey, did Tillman get transferred or something?
That's right. You weren't here when it happened. Some UDL officers took him into custody.
Oh, law, what did they take him for?
UDL's been questioning anybody with possible connections to Phineas Wells.
I had lunch with the guy.
I think I'm gonna start taking my lunches out in the city. That woman from downstairs is still in the cafeteria.
That scientist? The one who's been hounding the clerks? Ooh, the shutters, too. Best not to ask. Remember that one clerk, Emily? She found a bag.
Not so fast.
It's okay.
I don't care if you're a brain surgeon.
Worth a try.
Like I said, I don't know how you got that, but I still don't know you, and I don't... What? Huh? What was that?
They're on us!
Got a promotion coming. I can feel it.
Hey! Stop that!
Take your best shot, asshole!
I don't wanna die! Now just calm down!
Ah! 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 Yeah! Nice one! Incoming!
What was that? System searching.
I don't want to die!
Inside!
Spacer's choice dehydrated.
Yo, prisoner!
Nice one!
Deduction. Firearm safety manual may be used from Spacer's choice. 16 volts worth, if not CNP force pocket. Macro range is force pocket.
Open fire!
Watch out!
Bring him down!
Don't mess with
I can deal with this one!
you! The last of him.
Some crew members are causing a disturbance on the ship. You have a message from Adjutant Sophia Akande.
No one ever looks quite the same in person as they do in my reports. And my reports of you have been exceptionally thorough. You've had quite a career. I think you're being modest. I've been keeping up with you ever since Emerald Vale. Now that was an interesting piece of work. A rundown backwater, barely worth the ink on a map. Until you showed up. When you cut off power to Edgewater, you saved me a great deal of trouble. Now I don't have to bother trying to save that town. All this happened because some mysterious stranger fell out of the sky. You have something I want. I'd like to negotiate. I'm not here to talk about stolen chemicals. I'm after something far more valuable. Your cooperation. Phineas Wells is wanted by the board. I want to convince you to turn him in to us. He has a litany of charges against him. Vandalism, illegal experimentation, sedition. I could go on. Wells is a dangerous madman. His plan is going to endanger everyone in Halcyon. He's an obsessive psychopath. And he's using you. You're in contact with Wells. I want you to send us a tracing signal from his communication terminal. You are making a serious mistake.
Adjutant Akonde's call has been terminated. Will there be anything else, Captain? We have successfully arrived at Phineas's orbital lab, Captain, and we are still in one piece. Shall I congratulate myself, or would you like to do the honors?
Busy in your absence, optimized my formula. I'm now confident I can revive the remaining colonists. All I need now is the What? Oh, yes, well, that's obvious. Anyone with... Why do you think we've been doing all this? I revived... Hold on. Let me see if I understand this correctly. You're saying that Halcyon's on the... I always knew Halcyon was heading toward a systems collapse, but I never imagined we were already there. The board made this crisis, and now they want to solve it by freezing the rest of us? That's not a plan. That's a goddamn escape clause. That makes two things we don't have. Top. None of this was supposed to happen. I was supposed to revive the Hope's colonists. We were supposed to have... human test subjects. Oh, that's grotesque. Damn, that's not enough. Not nearly enough for the whole ship. I could... We're out of time. We're out of chemicals. We may very well be out of options. If the board had... Do you realize what this means for the Hope? For your fellow colonists? The board's going to kill them. No, it wasn't. We have... Well, let's see. We have at least some of the chemicals. We have your ship, and we have you. That has to count for something. Do you know what's waiting for us on the Hope? Scientists, engineers, artists. The brightest minds Earth ever sent us. Uncorrupted by the board. The board's going to dispose of them all and transform the Hope into a prison for the rest of us. They're likely on their way to the Hope as we speak. We need to get to those colonists before the board. I have enough chemicals to start reviving a few of them, but no easy way to get them off the Hope. Merciful gibbering law, you're a genius! We bring the Hope to us. Skip the entire ship across the distance of colony space, right next to my lab. Yes, exactly. You're a step ahead of me, but I perceive the shape of your plan. If we link up the Hope to the Unreliable, then use your navigational computer to calculate a reasonably safe vector, we can skip the entire colony ship into the rings of Terra 2.
I don't know much about skip drives, not the physics anyhow. I do know the Hope's real massive. How's our bitty little ship supposed to skip it?
Excellent question, my sharp-witted mechanic. You will use your own ship to power up the Hope's skip drive. Your navigational computer can handle the rest.
I've got a healthy disregard for personal safety, but this sounds crazy, even to me.
Your instincts are correct. By any reasonable definition of sanity, this plan is crazy. Isn't it wonderful? You'll need to switch on the Hope's auxiliary power using the Unreliable. Then head to the bridge. Your navigation... Once you've skipped the Hope next to my lab, I'll have easy access to the frozen colonists. I can... Certainly. Unlikely. The Hope is as massive as the Groundbreaker, but the board might notice, possibly, depending on the position of their heads. It wouldn't surprise me. When I pulled you out of the Hope, the board nearly intercepted me. I expect they... I know you're wondering why I'm doing all this. Why I believe the people on the Hope are the answer to the colony's problems. The Hope is carrying some of humanity's most brilliant thinkers. Scientists, engineers, experts in their field. If we work together, we can... The board would have us believe Halcyon is beyond saving. I choose to believe otherwise. If there's even the Certainly.
So, sneak onto a lost colony ship and skip it across the system. What could go wrong?
Captain, if you're looking for crew members Ellie or Felix, they're sharing a drink upstairs. We have arrived at the Hope. I need you to reroute power from our ship to the Hope's auxiliary generator. You'll have to connect me to the Hope's comm system so I can convince her central computer to enable the skip drive. If your calculations are even slightly off, you could crash the entire colony or the sun. Forgetfulness can be an early warning sign of asphyxia. I need you to reroute power from our... You'll have to connect me to the Hope's comm system so... I have received a transmission from Roseway, from a Dr. Shaw. Welcome back, Captain. I have received a transmission.
What? Oh, is this on? Oh, it's on right... I'll keep this short, lest I get caught. Please return to Roseway as soon as you... Now, how does this blasted...
The transmission. I'll be here. If you don't mind my saying, Captain, Minister Clark is lucky to have you on his side.
drink? All together! Oh, look at us!
What was that? I'd better take a
Make
look.
him regret!
Looking good, soldier.
Process. Unexpected is not authorized. Error. Hope crew data not found. Identify yourself. Error. Paradox protection protocols have prevented. Error. Paradox prevention has temporarily disabled.
can't think of much worse than drooling on your pillow in front of a bunch of strangers.
Can you hear me, Captain?
Investigating.
I have successfully integrated...
Records indicate you have already been identified as non-standard personnel. State your purpose. Error. Binary detected. Binary has been deprecated. Stripinary. Error. This unit is incapable of...
Should we assign...
They got the drop on us.
Everyone all right?
Huh? What was
Make him regret it.
Bring him down!
Can we talk?
So we're really gonna... I've seen... Do you really think he knows what he's doing? Sending us to skip the hope into... There's a sobering thought. I think this whole plan's insane. Speaking of, I get that Phineas thinks he's safe. Coming from anyone else, that would sound like a line from one of those Odeon... Still, all this depends on the other Hope colonists. Are they gonna pull us out of the shit? Or are we all just gonna leave a big... You're too trusting, and I'm gonna... Well, whenever you're ready to do this, I'm... Anything else?
That's the Hope's computer up ahead. I'll admit, I am curious to wake him. Greetings, Captain. I am speaking to you through the Hope's computer system. It's a rather cramped feeling, but it'll do. Probably not, but don't let that stop you. My Constellation executables could use some beefing up. Searching. Please stand by. Ah, found one. It will go great, Captain. I am almost 4.01% certain we will not die. Are you sure? That is extremely dangerous. Skipping the Hope will void the warranty on the skip drive. And also potentially kill an entire planet. How is my humor now, Captain? Improved? Jump-starting the skip drive. Destination set to the rings of Terra 2. I wouldn't advise that, Captain.
In case I don't get another chance to say it, it's been interesting, Captain.
Admitting a deficit? My, you never cease to amaze me, Captain. Skipping the Hope in 3, 2, 1.
ADA, does your captain seriously intend to do a micro-jump in system with engines that haven't been powered in 70 years on a derelict ship?
That is what my captain intends, yes.
But that is a gross misuse of the skip drive. The Zero Point Drives Corp and I will not be held responsible for any damage incurred during transport, and this will cause extreme damage.
Yes, I am aware of that.
You should not be doing this. The humans will die.
Thank you, Hope. It looks like all systems are go. Captain, I would advise you to hold on to something. Now. Oh, good. We are still alive and have successfully skipped into Terra 2's orbit. I reported as much to Phineas Wells, but he has not responded. Perhaps you should check in on him.
Oh. I feel like I've been turned inside out. Let's not do that again.
Keep your shoulders up.
Captain, I am receiving a transmission from Dr. Wells. The transmission is marked with... Captain, I shall now play the transmission I received from Dr. Wells.
The board is here. They've found me somehow. They're about to blast my door open. I can't stop them from getting me, and there isn't enough time to explain everything. But there's something very important you need to remember. The board, all their lackeys, they're all a bunch of swine. Do you hear me? They're fucking corporate swine. You fucking pigs! I'll take you all out with me! I'll never...
It would seem the recording captured some rather dire events. I presume you'll want to dock at the orbital lab to check on your associate as soon as possible. How can I be of assistance? I request you do not wake me if I am... Captain, I hope Dr. Wells has not dragged you into one of his irrational schemes again. We've arrived at Phineas's orbital lab.
Their mistake. Watch yourself! You're hurt!
Captain, Felix and the vicar are arguing again. Captain, as it appears we may soon be embarking for a maximum security prison planet, I believe the crew would like to speak with you to, as you humans put it, air some concerns.
So, Phineas got himself taken to Tartarus. That's usually a one-way trip.
Mr. Phineas is just about the only person with power trying to do any kind of good in Halcyon. We gotta bust him out.
To extract the scientist, you will need to infiltrate the labyrinth. But that course of action is likely to be quite dangerous, Captain.
Unit was unable to complete scheduled sanitization service due to the following reason. Locked door.
But since no one ever makes it out, this is all just speculation.
The armed surveillance protocols on a maximum security prison planet are highly sophisticated. As such, escapes are historically quite impossible and deadly. I am programmed to warn you whenever you exhibit inclinations toward risky behavior. Breaking into Tartarus will not be easy.
Getting in is the simple part. It's getting out again that's the trouble. Trust me, I know.
Let's just do it. Kick down some doors, grab Doc Wells, and cut a path out. We don't need a plan. We got guns.
If you really mean to do this, you should see to your final affairs and close out any unfinished business. Once you sneak into Tartarus, you may be there a while. Or permanently.
It's the craziest plan I've ever heard. And I mean that as a compliment.
You didn't hire me to think. And I ain't about to start now. You're my boss. And I'll walk into fire with you.
I think it's insane. But maybe the colony needs a healthy dose of insanity right about now.
I know it's dangerous. And I won't lie and say I'm not scared out of my wits. But I couldn't live with myself if we didn't do something.
You're asking for more than bravery from us, Captain. But there are worse ways to go than dying for a good cause. I'm in.
Let Sam get the grime out. It's what our units do best.
The entire plan is a terrible idea, but I admire your bravado, Captain, which leads me to illogically believe, against the odds, that you will be successful.
If we don't make it, at least it'll be a great story.
Got my trusty tossball stick, got my ass-kicking boots. I'm ready, boss.
Outstanding.
You can count on us, Captain. We're crew. For real crew. That means we got each other's backs. Right?
Never thought I'd volunteer to break into a prison. Seems like your tendency towards risky behavior is rubbing off on me, Captain.
Command not recognized.
Waiting on your command, Captain. I am pleased to inform you that we have arrived at the labyrinth. Please be advised that the punishment for trespassing is execution. Please be advised that electrical storms on the surface of Tartarus make departure impossible at this time. Resident count is as follows: 3,071. Resident deaths, including but not limited to executions, are as follows: 1,684. The interior can be chilly. Take a scarf with you, Captain. I would also ask that you leave your captain's ID with me. Understood. If you die or are incarcerated for life, I can generate an— Oh, speak of the devil. Captain, I am receiving a transmission from the prison's docking—
Attention, unauthorized spacecraft. This is a maximum security installation. Your presence here is an explicit violation. You are hereby confined to your docking platform until a ticket detailing your crimes has been filed and notarized. I wager it'll take a bit longer than it takes you to lose your patience and storm out of your ship looking to get shot. To be honest, that'd make my job a lot easier. You come out, we shoot you full of holes, and then everyone goes about. All right, I'm feeling generous. I'm transmitting the ID of a productive, law-abiding employee. Anyway, Tartarus Docking Authority signing up. Hang on. Wait, is that from the Groundbreaker? What the? Pay no mind to that. Just have a pleasant day.
Transmission terminated. Biometric ID received. How can I—
The captain did right by us once. Now it's our turn. The board will never own Groundbreaker. Not while I breathe. Push on, Mardat.
Somebody... I gotta get it out there.
Here we go. Not bad, huh?
Doesn't have the bars when it's got a storm like that guarding the gates.
Getting in's one thing. Let's just hope we're able to get out again. Nice of them to leave us a few options.
you get tired of patrolling, just go rustle about.
Are you new here? I didn't think we were... Oh, no. Don't tell anyone.
MSI. I'm not one for rousing speeches, but the captain needs our help.
Are you new here? I didn't think we were hiding. Oh, no.
I'm gonna rustle! Taste of freedom, asshole! Open fire! Pathetic! Wasting company ammo!
That? Hey, you! Hold it. No, I meant your uniform. There. Huh?
Well, look who it is. I'll be damned. I had heard you'd taken a mechanic under your wing. What's the matter, girl? Couldn't find actual employment?
The captain's treated me right. Better than any of you bored folk ever have. I'm exactly where I want to be.
Ah, and the wayward doctor. Are you about done with your escapades? We have faces that need lifting, after all.
These days, I'm more interested in breaking them. Wouldn't mind taking a swing at yours.
When you go off and get yourself shot, try to avoid taking one to the face. I'll want it recognizable to show to my citizens. My word! You've correctly identified the most recognizable man in the colony. Remarkable. It's a wonder what Phineas saw in you. Then again, he's an insane person. Thankfully, he's our insane person now. A proper company man. Yes, he is an extraordinarily obstinate fellow, isn't he? Fine, he isn't working for us per se. Semantics, he'll come around. But that's between us. As far as my adoring citizens will know, we've turned a dangerous crackpot into a working-class man. It's a miracle. Oh yes, go on, wake them up, add more mouths to feed. That'll solve our starvation problems. I don't know what half-baked plans that simpleton in a lab coat has been leading you through, but it's done. It's over. Let me ask you something, Captain. Have you at any point thought about not fucking up our entire society?
At least that means someone's recognizing our work.
I'm making actual progress towards stabilization and recovery. You're just getting in the way. Oh, right. This coming from the psychopathic outlaw. Yes, I'll try to be more open-minded about your path of wanton descent. We don't need your help. I'll admit, there's no shortage of talent in the scientists and engineers there. Look, I'm not an unreasonable man. If you manage to storm the castle, as it were, and make it out of here with Phineas alive, I can't exactly afford more havoc than you've already caused. Fine. If you survive, you'll need someone to sell the rest of the board on your plan.
Really doing this, huh?
Hope you're right about this, Captain.
Captain, you've disrupted the balance of power. You've upset the natural order of things. Do you imagine you're leading some grand... Those barbarians from Monarch are running wild in my... You're nothing but a rabble-rouser. I'm going to put an end to your little rebellion, and then... The board is the only legitimate power. I admit I miscalculated the extent of your influence. The board's plan... I have Dr. Wells in my custody. Once I've secured his cooperation, I... Fair enough. Interesting that you think I'm going to die here. I believe I'm more than capable of... Fair point. I don't know how you've managed to defy the odds. By every reasonable estimate, you should be dead. I've devoted my entire life to protecting health. Don't you think I know that? Yes, I made mistakes. Costly mistakes. Leaving you alive was the worst of them all. You were always an unknown variable. I tried to recruit you. This prison is equipped with an automechanical warden. I've had it... And don't worry. I will...
estaba.
Here goes nothing! They're practicing this! Anyone who can't pass I see you nail! My kind of act! Behind you!
Why won't you just die?
There's one!
Get me out of here!
You don't know how glad I am to see you. You did the right thing. Akande was a monster. Her death was much deserved, and long overdue. And you lunatic, you broke into the board's own fortress just to rescue one doddering old man. You are absolutely out of your mind, and I can't begin to thank you enough. Ah, all in a day's work for you, huh? You've broken the board's stranglehold on this colony, and you saved my life. But there's still so much we have yet to accomplish. You and I are going to have to work harder than ever to save Halcyon. I'm afraid the situation is far worse than any of us ever anticipated. Earth has gone dark. We haven't received a single message in 3 years. There's been no communication, no signals, nothing. 2 years ago, the Earth's Directorate's frigate disappeared on their way back to Earth. We don't know what they discovered when they arrived, or if they arrived at all.
They haven't exactly been hands-on around here anyway. So there's one less rubber stamp to...
Earth is humanity's home planet, Miss Fenhill. The psychological effect...
You mean...
I'm afraid so, Miss Holcomb. Halcyon is the only home we have left. Returning to Earth is no longer an option. We're in serious trouble, my friend. Do you know what this means for Halcyon? We can't rely on Earth. Yes, you're right. The road is long, and we haven't a moment to waste. We must begin the revival process immediately, starting with the Hope's brightest minds, and then we're going to fix this damn colony. We're going to need a leader, and I can't imagine a... The chairman? I don't know what... When I revived you, I thought we were going to... We can't save Halcyon on our own. We are not a colony anymore. Our last connection to Earth has been severed. I don't know if we'll survive, but we're going to have to try our best.
The OSI teaches that everything in the universe happens according to the grand plan. But the stranger that arrived in Halcyon was an unplanned variable. From the moment she landed in Emerald Vale, her actions altered the course of history. The events on Tartarus brought about the end of the board's authority. But the board's mistakes would haunt the colony for decades to come. The damage they left behind would require the work of a generation to repair. Dr. Phineas Wells began reviving a handful of the Hope's colonists: engineers, scientists, technicians, and intellectuals. They were among the brightest minds the Earth had ever sent out into the stars. The Hope scientists and engineers woke up in a colony descending headlong into total collapse. With no way to return to Earth, they had no choice but to band together and devote themselves to the cause of saving Halcyon. The people of Halcyon were nothing if not hardy. In the absence of the board's authority, many of the colony's settlements banded together with a single purpose in mind: survival. Life was especially hard in the years to come. Some towns dissolved by attrition and starvation, but most of them found a way to carry on. In the years to come, Halcyon was forced to reckon with its newfound freedom. The board was gone, and for better or worse, the colony was responsible for its own destiny. Sanjar's civil liberties and worker-centric policies were slow to catch on with the other corporations. But as Halcyon began its long, arduous journey toward recovery, many of Terra 2's smaller townships started adopting MSI's alternative corporate structure, and eventually became entirely self-sufficient. In the coming years, many of these townships managed to eke by, where otherwise they might have starved. The collapse of Edgewater left its workers bereft of any purpose in life. Most of them made their way to Adelaide McDevitt's camp, hoping to ingratiate themselves into her favor. Adelaide accepted only a few to her community. The rest were turned away and likely died of starvation. Nevertheless, Adelaide's camp grew into a well-established town. Adelaide McDevitt refused to cooperate with the ongoing effort to save Halcyon from collapse. A sympathetic deserter stole a copy of her research and delivered it to the Hope's scientists. It is unclear how useful Adelaide's research was. An optimistic estimate suggests her work may have bought Halcyon another few years of survival. Adelaide would never know. She died that winter. Under the leadership of Junlei Tennyson, the groundbreaker held firm against corporate influence. The ship's mechanical stability gave Junlei the time to educate a promising generation of engineers, schooled in her family's traditions. The future of the groundbreaker looks promising. The rediscovery of the Hope and the abandonment of the lifetime employment program forced Byzantium to come to terms with some uncomfortable realities about the state of Halcyon. While Byzantines were reluctant to surrender the luxuries they'd grown accustomed to, the board's diminished authority gave them little choice in the matter. Nearly everyone had to learn to make do with less. Some even had to get jobs. It was a dark time indeed. Your influence shifted Ellie's perspective. She finally admitted, albeit grudgingly, that she just might need other people. Sometimes. With a steady income from the life insurance payouts, she was finally able to afford a ship of her own. She hired a small crew and flew supply missions to communities on the fringe. Some of them were even legal. Life in Halcyon was sobering for Felix Millstone. The grand revolution he dreamed of never came. There was no great awakening for the colony, no celebrations in the streets. There was only the hard, desperate work of trying to repair a broken colony. Felix never had a head for numbers, but if there was labor to be done, he was there to help. Eventually, Felix realized that the work of a revolution was done with two hands. As much as he enjoyed his adventures aboard the Unreliable, the vicar, known as Max, eventually decided that it was time to move on, to live out the life he had sought so long to create. He knew there were many in the colony who carried burdens much worse than the ones he had struggled with, and he devoted himself to easing their suffering wherever he could. He only ever took up arms again to defend the defenseless. Unshackled from a lifetime of striving and fighting the universe and himself, Vicar Maximilian de Soto was finally at peace. Once the matter with the Hope colonists was resolved, Junlei bashfully asked Parvati if she'd like to join her permanently on the Groundbreaker, and Parvati enthusiastically, if somewhat awkwardly, agreed. The stories of her adventures spread across the colony, and Parvati soon found herself the center of attention. Having served as the engineer of a renowned spacecraft, tramp freighters and wildcat miners sought her out by name, and in no time, she was a fixture in the Groundbreaker's mechanical ecosystem. She and Junlei were never far apart. Nyoka returned to Monarch to take another crack at making a permanent life for herself. She formed the Charon Group, an MSI subsidiary of ragtag survivalists and wilderness experts. Anyone in need of a guide, or just looking to throw back a beer and swap stories, could find her camping on the trail, or clearing an infestation. The SAM unit that accompanied you spread awareness of the product line's superior sanitation and maintenance capabilities across what was left of the colony. This led to a boost in SAM unit sales. Did you know that SAM units are the longest-lasting, toughest-acting cleaning solution in Halcyon? Minister Clark was released from house arrest, and his contact with you gave him a sense of renewed purpose and vigor. Once it became clear that no help would be coming from Earth, he threw his considerable efforts and talents into helping Halcyon manage the crisis before it. As for Dr. Phineas Wells, he spent his remaining years in his orbital lab. Though he was always haunted by the failures of his past, he was determined to make things right by building toward the future. The revival project was hard and painful work, but in the end, despite limited resources, over half the Hope's colonists were successfully revived. Even after Wells passed away, the Hope scientists and engineers worked night and day to pull Halcyon from the brink of collapse. Their efforts continue to this day, which may be reason enough for optimism. Dr. Wells laid the groundwork for the project to save the colony, but he would never live to see the fruits of his labor. He passed away a few years later. His work was carried on by the scientists and engineers he revived. Life will never be the same in Halcyon. It is widely agreed that the colony has a chance of stabilizing within a generation, owing to the hard work and determination of the surviving colonists. Recovery is a distant goal, and the path is long and uncertain. But the people of Halcyon carry on, determined as ever. And what about you, the unplanned variable in the history of Halcyon? You brought an end to the riot on Tartarus, and partnered with Chairman Rockwell to run the colony together. As Halcyon looked toward the future, you remained a constant presence in the colony's administration. You were never weighed down by bureaucracy, and you never had to dirty your hands with politics. You had people who did that for you. By your influence, Halcyon survived the turbulent years that were to follow. No one knows what's happened to Earth, and no one knows what the future has in store for Halcyon. All we know for certain is this: the name of the Unreliable and that of its intrepid captain will remain the subject of countless stories for years to come.